Ruben? All right, everybody. Start the meeting. This is the June 27th, 2023 meeting of the Pamela Board of Trustees. If you would join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can you get a roll call, please?
Yeah. Trustee Henderson. Trustee Smith. Here. Trustee Valentine.
Here.
Trustee Stetler. Trustee McKinnis.
Here.
Trustee Markle.
Here.
Mayor Bacher.
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum. First item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Get a motion to approve the agenda, please.
I actually, I'll make a motion to approve the agenda with potential modification.
What modification would you like?
I would like, I was asked that there are quite a few people here who are probably interested in item 6 under actions and presentations. So I'd like to propose that we move item 6 to the top of actions and presentations.
Okay, so discussion of proposed change to code pertaining to water companies.
Correct.
Okay, to number 1. Okay. Any other comments, I guess, or how about, was that a motion?
It was a motion.
I'll second that.
Change 6 to 1. Okay. Smith,
Of course, it was a long-winded motion. Would you like a shorter one?
any comments? No, I think what I have is move to approve the agenda with item 6 moving to number 1.
Thank you.
Okay, not gonna any discussion, public discussion. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I guess we can do 3. Motion passes. So next item is the any announcements. We have a written announcement. Jeremiah passed his Class D water operator's license.
Yes, and today he passed his S water and wastewater operator.
Okay, so Class D and Class S wastewater operator. So Jeremiah is on his way to becoming our oversight, I guess. Anyways.
Yay.
Yeah. Any other announcements by the board? Okay. So this is the time when we have recognition of visitors and guests. If anybody has anything that they would like to speak about that's not on the agenda, we ask that you keep agenda item comments to the agenda items. But if you'd like to get up and speak, you may have 3 minutes. Anybody like to say anything? Okay, moving along, sir. Oh, Bill, would like to speak? Okay, please.
Yeah, Bill Brunner. First, I question the propriety of this business of people attending this meeting as counted as present on Zoom. I personally have tried to find the underpinning authorization for it, and I don't know what it is. I think there might have been some during the COVID thing, but when the emergency was over, I think that authorization expired, and I'd really like someone to look into it. And if there's an actual underpinning justification for it, I'd like to know what it is. The other thing is regarding the towns having to go through and do so much work to reconstitute the financial records. I have a request for the next packet. I would like to have some answers that I think the public is entitled to published in that packet, specifically regarding the funds created without benefit of ordinance or resolution. I'd like to know specifically about those funds, and I have a list here I'll submit, so rather than go through it point by point. As far as the budget now stands, are we on the budget as passed, or are we on a new budget? And has the budget been submitted to the Department of Local Affairs as required by law? And is that the old budget or the new budget? So we can clear that up. And if we're not on that old budget, I'd like to see a copy of the new one as it's been reconstituted. The finance officer, Ms. Jones' letter of resignation asked for approximately $20,000 in severance pay. The settlement agreement authorized approximately 40. So I would like to have a comprehensive list of exactly, however, what she got was arrived at, broken down by payroll taxes, paid time off, whatever it is. I think the public deserves to know what that is. I would like an exact total of the money expended year by year on health insurance for dependents of employees over and above the amounts authorized by the board as verified in the minutes. I think the public deserves an accounting there. And I would like to have a complete list of the names, persons, agencies, or other entities that were consulted or otherwise hired or engaged in the effort to figure out what was going on with our finances. And I like to know exactly how much each of those were paid. So that's my request for a report in the packet at the next meeting. Thank you.
Anyone else wants to speak?
I'll just. Suzanne Watson. I just wanted to add to what Mr. Bruder said about the in-person meetings versus Zoom meetings. We had Zoom meetings by a resolution authorizing that. Of course, resolutions are just, they're not laws, but allowing for the Zoom meetings. But then we rescinded that resolution with resolution 2021-07, and the last whereas says, whereas the town of Paonia has resumed in-person public meetings. So the initial resolution for the Zoom meetings with COVID recognized the difficulty of Zooming meetings and the fact that they actually were pretty substandard as far as decision making was concerned. But there was an emergency, and that's why the town went with that. But the resolution that rescinded the disaster resumed in-person meetings. So it would be nice to have some, if we're going to continue Zooming things, it would be nice to have some sort of a policy around that. Thank you.
Trustee Markle?
Thank you.
Leslie has her hand up.
Okay.
Hi, I was going to ask that Mr. Brenner send me an email with all those requests because I didn't get all them. I can answer those. And I did want to mention that the severance agreement is discoverable with a Cora request. And with the only companies that we hired were Professional Management Solutions, and that contract was already presented in the packet. So that the other people that helped us loaned us their staff. We didn't pay anything.
Thank you, Ms. Klitzmeyer. Yes, sir.
I just want to echo, I'm just here for the water thing, but I disagree with what you're saying about the Zoom meetings. Like that this is our local government. I don't understand why people feel like they can just Zoom in from home. Like that seems disorganized and lazy, and just simple things like him handing her a paper, and then the woman on Zoom says, well, I can't. It's like if she were here, she would have seen that he handed her a paper. I mean, this is ridiculous. So I think y'all should come in. You can.
If you could extend your name when you come to the podium.
Sure.
Peter
Peter Van Winkle. Paonia.
Thank you. All right, anybody else? No? Okay, and I apologize, I wanted to make, I guess, a short announcement. Mary is out of town today, that's why I'm chairing the meeting. She's at a CML meeting, I guess, a different meeting, sorry.
Say what CML means.
Yeah. Say-
Colorado Municipal League.
Oh, okay, Colorado Municipal League, organization for towns in Colorado. But anyway, I am gonna do things a little bit differently than she would. And a couple of those things, one, I'm gonna ask everybody to be recognized before you speak to me only. When we have motions, we're gonna have 2 rounds of discussion only. Beyond that, it should be pretty straightforward. So we are continuing, we still have visitors and guests. I saw somebody else have their hand up. Leslie, did you raise your hand?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that all three of us are at Colorado Municipal League, Mary, John, and I, and we have been meeting with people on behalf of the town of Paonia and learning lots of new things.
Thank you. All right, our next item is the consent agenda. And I will note that disbursements are not on the consent agenda because they were late breaking, so we're going to have to do them separately, I believe. So, can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion that we I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
I'll second that motion.
Second, discussion? No discussion? Any comments from the public? No comments? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
John, opposed? No? Okay.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay. Next is staff reports.
I have a short report, other than to say that we're at the Colorado Municipal League. As you know, there's a number of issues that we did not get to because we had some other unexpected issues came up that took quite a bit of time. So Nick has begun to work on the water company ordinance and that initial memo to kind of summarize where we might be going with that is on your agenda tonight. And that, of course, will be eventually put in an ordinance at your direction. And then we are also going to work on the committee and other admin ordinance changes that we had talked about. I did want to mention that we only got 2 committee scopes, and I know there's a lot more committees. So if you're on a committee and you didn't turn in your scope, could you please send it to Sam as soon as possible? Because we hope to have that on the next agenda. And then next week, I'll be working. I did contact a number of towns about their fee structure that are similar to Paonia, and I'm working on a matrix for your workshop for fees for the next meeting.
Thank you. We don't have them listed out, but it's the second meeting of the month, so we don't have a police report, correct? Public Works, okay. Do we want to approve disbursements at this time?
Sure. Because they did get the packet, there are paper copies, which each trustee has, and there are paper copies at the back of the room for the audience. And at this time, we went through and just verified the pay being provided to all staff and trustees and mayor and the judge and all came out fine. And then we looked at the invoices for numerous disbursements, and the list of vendors is on a single page document, which you may or may not have. And we went through all those invoices and made sure everything was correct and appropriate. And the total for that is $23,561.82. And those are the only 2 items that we have looked at for disbursements. So I would make a motion to accept disbursements.
And second that motion.
Okay, any discussion? Any comments from the public? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? John, did you vote?
You got muted.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, then the next item is new business. The consideration of discussion of proposed changes to code pertaining to water companies. Nick, did you want to introduce us to this topic?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Markle. So there is a pretty detailed memo included in the packet, but this is broad level topics that we're thinking at the staff level should be addressed in ordinance by the board. So rather than go through the list, I wanted to gauge whether the board has any additions or anything they'd like not to be addressed in this particular ordinance. You'll see that I did include some limiting language. Public Works has also requested some changes or recommended some changes to the sewer provisions, the town sewer regulations. And because we're already going to be addressing quite a bit pertaining to water, I didn't think it was appropriate to lump those in. So we'll come back to you with another proposed ordinance, probably in the same structure with this type of introduction at a later meeting. And with that, I'll answer any questions that anyone might have.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I would prefer that we start with a motion so that we have a discussion. Does anybody feel prepared to make a motion at this time?
It's listed as discussion, so.
Okay, very well, that's true, fair enough, okay. So, since it's just discussion, any board discussion? Basically, sorry.
I was interested to read this, and I have looked at chapter 13 in parts, and I absolutely agree, we have to have better definitions. There are things in there that are not defined, undefined, inconsistent, so that's a definite. But the rest of it, I have not looked at in whole, but I understand we have things that need to be addressed on the ground, and the only way to do that is through our ordinance.
Anybody else? Don, Morgan?
Yeah, and granted, I know this kind of topic of conversation is perhaps has a little bit more of a nuanced history than I'm currently aware of, but I think there is. I'm wondering about the designation between out-of-town water user and out-of-town water company and where we have drawn that line in the past. And if looking at the relationship between out-of-town users and companies, we actually have the ability to kind of perhaps redraw some of those lines that make a little bit more of an intuitive sense. I know that, or at least I've been told that we have kind of a variety of agreements with a variety of different companies, and it's kind of all over the map, and where they're situated doesn't necessarily make sense. So I think we have an opportunity here, instead of just going with what we have currently just because that's what's on the books, that we can actually overhaul the system a little bit more thoroughly than what we have here. Yeah, I just think this situation is a little bit more nuanced than slapping a full ordinances on top of what we already have and calling it. Yeah.
Thank you. John, Mary, everything to add? Okay, all right, then we're gonna accept public comment.
Trustee Marcus.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Leslie
somebody-
has her hand up.
Oh, Leslie, sorry.
Hi. So I wanted to give a little background on this. So when I first got here, I read the report from JDS Hydro and learned that they thought 4 agreements with water companies, if I'm remembering right. It's been a while. But when we looked at the 4 agreements that we supposedly have, they're very inadequate. That means most of the water companies that we serve, we do not have agreements with. And we have had some serious problems with particularly some of the smaller companies and how they maintain their systems. It will affect our water system. And there's been a number of questions that have come up. It is highly unusual not to have agreements with your water companies because you're not serving a town entity. You're serving a private entity, and you have to have an agreement about maintenance and how things will be handled and all that kind of stuff. And the town, I think maybe because some of these situations are so old that don't have agreements. So we had a lot of discussion about how to remedy this. And what we came up with was to do an ordinance that would set the standards for water companies with all the water companies. And that's how this came about. We had hoped to do it a few months earlier. We could not because of some other things that came up. But we wanted to start the discussion because this is a very serious problem. That's all.
Thank you. All right. Okay, so now we're gonna take public comment. I ask that you come to the podium, be recognized, one, come to the podium. You can have 3 minutes to speak. If you would, state your name and the street or the water company that you're associated with. And we will just go by show of hands. Who'd like to speak? Come forward.
Chris Kendall, Minnesota Creek Road. I want to speak for a couple of us. I got a text message from the president of one of my water companies that I take care of, and I'd like to read what he put. And then there's a couple things I would like to add to it.
Would you be willing to tell us the water company you're speaking for?
Minnesota Domestic Pipeline. They asked me if I could tell you, John Rogers is president of our company. He wrote this to me. He says, you can tell him that I feel the behavior of some of the council members is a disgrace. They are failing their neighbors by refusing to act like adults and working as a team to solve our issues. They are using the out-of-town users as the town piggy bank. They are going too far with leak charges. I favor formation of a water commission of all users with voting rights. Maybe the addition of more voters would allow us to find competent board members who put the good of everyone above their egos. The town council has proven themselves to be dysfunctional. The town should be embarrassed and owes us all an apology for their continual mismanagement. Okay, that's what he said. He was gonna be here tonight, but something came up and he couldn't. So he sent me that and asked me if I would read it for you guys. So I did. I deal with a lot of water companies. First, my husband, Dick, we take care of quite a few water companies for breaks and stuff. And I think we work very well with the town. We've always tried to make sure that the town knows what we're doing and we'd like to know what they're doing. But there's some things that really bother me about some of this stuff. And I've had some, I understand we're trying to make things better for the town and do things right. And I don't have a problem with a lot of this, but I do have a problem with the process for crediting property owners, except water companies, once per year for usage attributed to leaks, adopted by board motion and not codified. I think we, as the out-of-town users, we are here because the town wanted us to be. The town has made us be water companies on a lot of cases, whether it's 3 or 5 taps per, or 15 or 100. And as out-of-town water users, we carry the majority of the water and the water taps. And I agree with a lot of what he says, that we should be treated fairly and we ought to be able to have a say. I don't think it's right to treat us any different than the in-town users. I don't know exactly how to make it work, but I know we can if we try.
Thank you.
Also, am I up?
That's your 3 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, who else would like to speak? Sir, come forward, state your name.
Good evening. My name is John Coles. I sit on the board for Stewart Mesa Water Company. We would like at this time to request a seat at the table during these negotiations or whenever you develop your new ordinances. There's a lot to be said. We need a seat at the table. That's what we're requesting. And I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Mary DeFranco, 624 7th Street. I am representing 3 different water companies, and I agree. I would love to see a water commission, so there is out-of-town water companies that have incredibly talented engineers, different people that would be an asset to the town so that things could be run more cohesively. And then when a town council member changes or an employee changes, we don't start from scratch again. That we could get a long-term use of people that are retired, they have time, they work in water companies from larger places, smaller places, they're engineers. And if we could get a seat at the table where all decisions about our water are not made without any of our input, it would be much more fair to all of us, where we kind of sit, we have no vote in what happens to our water, we're just kind of at the butt end of it. So I think that we should be treated the same as citizens in town. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Anyone else?
Christina Patterson, Price Road. Yeah, I was sad to see that water commission sort of disbanded because I thought that's what we were going to move into next. We had talked about that a lot, is getting all the water districts together and meeting and having them powwow. But this is the start of it. It feels good, but it merits for sure a special meeting, I think, because after the whole water debacle, I know Chris Kendall tried to unify all the outer districts, and we all need to really just sit together and share information and move forward, because I know that some water districts don't pay those thousands of dollars after that water debacle that we have to now test our water, even though it's being tested in town, we have to test it again here. And some have managed to figure out a way of not paying that legally. And it's sort of like we all have different understandings and ideas and good things for input, and we need to share all that. So thanks for doing this.
Interesting. Okay, anybody else?
Hi, I'm Marilyn Wall from Lemberg Basin Water Company, and I got a call, thankfully, from Jeremiah that this meeting was taking place. So I'm kind of uninformed, I guess you would say. And it makes sense to me that there would be formal agreements between the town and the water companies. I have no idea what that would look like. And I don't know if that's been addressed in some material I have missed, or that can be discussed now.
I'm actually going to answer that. There's copies of the full packet in the back of the room, and there's the memo from our attorney is going to be, hang on a second.
It's on page 99.
Thank you. So page 99, one of those documents back there has the current memo. If you'd like to read where we're at right now.
It discusses what you would like as an agreement with the out-of-towners.
Right, this is just a discussion, so it's very broad. But if anybody would like more information, we have physical copies here. There's also, you can get it online for tonight's agenda. There are links on the town website for all of our meetings, all of our agendas, and all of our packets. So it's on the packet for tonight's meeting, page 99. And you can review it, and you can send your comments by email as well if you come up with something in the future.
All right, thank you.
All right, anybody else? Come on.
My name is Bruce Woodside, and I'm on the board of South Lamborn Basin Water Company, and we purchase our water from Paonia. Actually, I just have a couple of questions. You said you were able to locate 4 documents on paper, agreements with water companies. Out of how many water companies? Don't know.
I think there's 13.
No, I think it's, I was thinking there were about 28.
28?
That's what I thought. Can you name the 4? No. Okay. Just wanted answers to those questions. Thanks.
Suzanne Watson, I'm a town resident. I just want to speak to this in town versus out of town versus water company. My understanding is that they're out of town users that are actually have a town meter, they're on a town line, and it's usually because of the location of how the line travels. So they aren't being served by a water company. And I thought our ordinance said that users who are on out of town lines, which I don't know if it means the water companies, but it's the town served lines, have to get building permits before they do work. Does that ever happen? I don't see building permits out of town when I walk by houses that I know are on the town line and are being worked on. I want to remind the people from out of town, I mean, there's kind of a price that we have to pay for living at close quarters here, proximity. We're sitting ducks for surveillance and oversight. In town, the water moratorium ordinance, extra kitchens aren't allowed, extra living units aren't allowed. Who's surveilling this outside of town? Who's making sure that the water moratorium isn't being violated by people adding glamping and ADUs to their properties? You know, you can have acres and acres between your house and your neighbor. Who really is monitoring that usage? And maybe the water companies do, but maybe that needs to be solidified to make sure that, and be made robust, to make sure that our water isn't being taken advantage that way. So we just have this incredible amount of oversight here. Okay.
I'm sorry, folks. If you could keep any sideboard conversations outside of the room.
I wasn't listening, but thing. Anyway, so it just seems like I don't know, I think sometimes it's easy to look at the grass up on the other side of the fence, but there are things that we're actually kind of slacking on too in our ordinances. Thanks, to make things fair. Thanks.
Trustee Markle?
Yes.
You have it.
Mrs. Klusmeyer?
Yeah, so I think Suzanne brought some of our concerns up about the water companies and why we need to have agreements and kind of everything spelled out about what the rules are, especially around the moratorium. But I have also heard that we're supposed to be inspecting, doing building inspections in water companies. I have never found that agreement, and Sam has not been able to locate it. If you've got a copy of that, we would love to see it. I have seen an annexation, one annexation agreement that required that, but that property was already annexed. So I have looked for that agreement and have never seen it. And we can't enforce something based on people's understanding. We have to have a document that was approved by the board that's legal. And I haven't found that.
Thank you. Yeah. Rather get to, okay, yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna add that there is a single provision in the ordinance, I can't tell you the chapter, that says that if somebody's using a town tap, they have to meet building code. And I can find that and send it to you, Leslie, and that may or may not be exactly what people are referring to, but I had seen it and then provided it to Trustee Trustee Stelter, because he was curious, so I could forward that. It may or may not be what you're looking for. Thanks.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you. And Nick too. Forward it to Nick.
Thank you.
Thanks, Leslie. We're going to turn to public comment. Yeah.
I'm Shelley Schmitzer. I live on Stewart Mesa Road, and I do the billing for Chapin Water Line Association. How do we find out more information about these discussion items? The first two bullets under the executive summary, like, I don't know what those mean, and how can we learn more about that?
Well, go ahead and start the time here. So you're basically, where we're at right now is discussion. So you're already here. You're doing it now. You're learning about it now. So that's kind of the point that we're at right now. If you want more, if you have specific questions.
Well, like what the second one down, water company infrastructure maintenance you referring to, the water lines that come from town that service our, water companies?
Yes, that would be, the infrastructure would be the pipes and distribution systems.
Okay, and that compared to that first bullet, the division of responsibility for maintenance and repairs, that's for individuals outside town, that's not water companies, so that's the distinction between those two?
It's to be determined. That's kind of what we're trying to figure out.
Okay. Again, then, this isn't the end of the discussion tonight, right? You're gonna continue to meet about this?
Not by a long shot.
So we can go on the town website and learn what your decisions are?
All of our decisions will be done in a similar form as this,
Okay,
especially ordinance. And somebody correct me if I'm wrong on the timing here, but I think that we have to have at least a month's notice before we make any changes to an ordinance. We receive public comment. It's a intentionally deliberate process. So this is not, we're not trying to pull anything on anybody. This is just the beginning of discussions tonight. So as these things happen, they'll be noticed in a similar way to how this was on the town agenda and the packet. And if there's anything regarding land use or law, then it becomes an even broader and slower process.
okay, two more comments. One, I really appreciate Jeremiah and also Corey got in touch with me to let me know about this meeting. Otherwise, I mean, I know about your meetings, but that this was coming up. Otherwise, we would have had no idea as a water association. Second comment, I just want to reiterate what a couple of people have spoken about, and that is being part of the conversation. So it'd be great to have a collaboration between all of these water companies and town to really hammer out what these policies should say.
Thanks, Shelley.
President Marco?
Yeah, Nick?
Thank you, Mr. Markle. I just wanted to clarify for everyone that not everything included in the memo is applicable to water companies. It might be wise to bifurcate the two issues, regulations addressing water companies and then other regulations, because I did include what Public Works had identified as additional concerns. And perhaps it's not clear enough to the public that not all of these suggestions and these broad level concepts were intended to apply specifically to water companies. So that's my comment.
Thanks for the clarification. Okay, anyone else from the public?
So Bill Runner again. Yes, Chris Kendall, there are people in town who are embarrassed about the way the town's been run underwater. As far as bifurcated issues go, when you're working on the water ordinance, there's a hole in there now that we don't charge for additional taps or additional users on it. What's the proper terminology? When someone adds a dwelling unit on an existing tap, there's no charge written in the ordinance for that new dwelling unit. I think a lot of people would agree that there should be another tap fee for each dwelling unit, exactly as there is in the sewer ordinance. It's very clear, every additional unit pays another tap fee. Please address that, whatever you decide to do. So as far as agreements with the out-of-town water companies, the water companies getting together to want to have a voice, hopefully together. It's been a long time coming, and it's very welcome. You're right, the town board, I mean, they're just people. There's really no reason why they should be able to figure out something as naughty as the problems we have with the water. And one of the problems is it's just too small a group and it doesn't represent everybody. And what I found is that if you want to really get the town's attention, you got to do something legally binding. And there's a mechanism in the law called an initiative process. And I have a theory, and I don't want to make promises I can't keep, but there's in the ordinances, the governors of the water enterprise, which is what runs the water system, is defined as the board of directors of the town. And I have a theory that that ordinance could be changed to name whatever board of governors people want. And I wouldn't expect the town board to make any meaningful changes to that, but if that is possible, I would offer my services to try to write an initiative that people from out of town could carry. And there's a lot of people in town that are very reasonable, and I think would be very open to the idea of changing the makeup of the water system to be administered by everybody. Big election probably seats apportioned by representation, number of taps in town and out of town, stuff like that. Yeah, and the last thing I want to say is please keep in mind a lot, I don't know about all of them, a lot, probably most of the water companies didn't buy water from the town of Paonia. They gave water to the town of Paonia in return for the town of Paonia to treat it so they could then pay for that water. And I think that's something that's overlooked a lot. It should add to the respect given to these water companies as we try to move forward with equitable solutions here. So, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else?
Okay, so I've been here about 7 years, so I don't have a lot of knowledge about this stuff, but I'll just speak from personal experience. When I saw this, I felt a little bit nervous that we would be lumped in with the in-town situation. So when I hear the attorney and, Morgan saying that there's some nuance, that's reassuring. Because, so that was one concern, it's just that we don't just get pulled in because our situation is kind of complicated. And I imagine it's true for other water companies. One thing I wondered about is people talking about and this seems obvious to me, I'm just curious if where it said punishing people or adding a fee if they're high water usage. And I just wondered how many people are watering gardens, out of town. And if that raising the rates, especially in late summer, hasn't occurred to the town or people like that, because I think that goes on, within reason. Something that is just concerning, and I don't know where these comments fit, and I'll pay attention. One thing I'll say is that, one of the other people heard about this through Jeremiah, and I don't know how else to find out about these things happening. And so I just would like to make sure that we have some follow-up and that we're able to participate in this discussion. I like what Mr. Brenner said there about the water companies getting together, and so I'll pay more closer attention. But yeah, just low visibility into what is the town's responsibility and what's ours. We had an issue where we had low pressure and nobody could explain it for several months. And I'm not talking about when the town went out of water, but that was 2-3 years ago. This was just a year ago, and we had low water pressure and couldn't figure it out. And we were getting a lot of pushback that it must be on our property. We ended up replacing the PRV in the pit, which is the town's responsibility. And it was just and then turned out that there was a PRV further upstream that just had forgotten to get turned back up, probably in the transfer between, and I'm not trying to come down on anybody that's doing the job. I think that Corey and Jeremiah are doing a great job. So I want to be clear about that. We called the town and during that and we're told that we were the only property with this problem. We later learned that there were several other landowners that were calling in, but they were trying to pretend like we were the only ones and we were the sort of squeaky wheel. And I just registered this last one with my remaining time is I have some concern about the way that the town seems to treat the employees and the water engineers and things like that. Because my understanding is that at some point there was a water employee who had all the drops and everything and all the taps mapped out. And then this is total hearsay, but it sounds like that guy wasn't treated very well and he quit and he took the maps with him. Then he was followed on by Travis, and then I don't know why he quit, but it sounds like it didn't go very well. And I'd hate to lose Corey now that he's working so hard. And I don't know how this stuff works. I'm really not trying to cause drama, just say that it's important how we treat these people who know about what goes on under the ground. Without them, we'd be screwed, so thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Huh?
Austin Norris, Whistling Acres Water Company. We've got a unique situation with a couple of the taps on our system. When the Whistling Acres Water Company was formed, there were town taps on the line. To form the company, the water company had to agree to take over the line, those few residents would remain on the town system. The handshake agreement at the time was that if those residents sold, they would join the Whistling Acre Water Company. In this last year, the two of the remaining taps or houses sold. Water company approached town. You know, a lot of people have changed. There was no recollection of that agreement. So basically, the Whistling Acre Water Company is maintaining the line for the town taps. Those two residents pay their fees to the city. They get the fees, but the water company has to maintain the line. So we're asking, I don't know if we look back in the archives or see if somebody remembers that, we would like to have those two residents that recently sold on the water company, so that when the line does break, we've been collecting those fees to help maintain the line. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else?
Michael Steve, I'm here
Sorry, no, go ahead.
to represent Foothill Water Number 2, and I agree with a lot of my companion here. We'd like to have a voice on what goes on so we can be treated fairly between city and out of town. Thank you for your time.
Jim Link, the Western Extension Domestic Water Company. We have 20 taps on our system. I think we've been hooked up to the town since day one, as far as I know. And I've never seen such a thing as an agreement with the town. My wife and I do the billing, and I'm the president of the board of directors. You know, with just 20 taps, that's not a big job. But I'd like to see that. If I'm one of the ones that you have an agreement with, I would like to see it. And I just want to say we've always had a good relationship with the town. Really appreciate Corey. He was just out recently, helped us do a leak check. They've always been there for us when we've had any issues. And I think you probably have a good relationship with us. I doubt that since day one, that you've ever had a late payment even. So it's working out really great for us, and we just hope that it stays that way. And we're willing to cooperate however you want to do it. So keep us posted. Thanks.
Yes, sir. Okay. Anyone else? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody. Yeah, we'll return to the board. Morgan, you have any?
Yeah, so I think it's really important to look at the distinction between what is an out-of-town user and out-of-town water company. And what I've heard is there are actually some companies that are relatively small, so only like 5 or 6 taps on them. And there's actually a lot of state regulation that requires a lot of a water company. And so like annual testing was brought up. There's a couple of grand that goes into annual testing that the town does, but then every water company is then asked to do as well. And the impact of that of a small water company, 5 houses, is really a lot bigger than the impact of a 20 tap company. And I'm curious about, as we're talking about this relationship between the town, out-of-town users and out-of-town companies, is there, and this is kind of referring to the lack of agreement with a lot of these companies, is there actually leeway for us to allow for some of these smaller companies to dissolve and become out-of-town users again? I think if we look at a map and start to see kind of where some of these companies are pockmarked, it might actually make sense for some of them to just become out-of-town users if that is what that company wants. It might actually alleviate a lot of stress on that, collection of domiciles and clear up a lot of the frustration that I'm hearing today. But I don't know, I wanted to just kind of throw that into the discussion.
Anybody else? Rich?
I just want to thank everybody for their input tonight, and trustee McGinnis brings up a very good point. There is so much detail that needs to be outlined and clearly made sure it's real, and all that information needs to be put in front of trustees as well as the water companies. I don't know if any of it needs to be held back for any security reasons. I'm not sure about that, but it's obvious we got a lot of detail that needs to get worked out, and it's gonna take time. Because, and I personally don't know who the agreements are of the 4 out of, and I think there's 28 companies, somebody can correct me. But that means we have a lot of companies without any fallback for them or us. So there's a lot of work to be done, and we should do it as a team. Thanks.
Anybody, any other board members? Mary, John? No? Nothing? Staff? Okay, so since this is a discussion item, we don't have the opportunity to make a motion on it at this time. It will come up again in the future, I guarantee it. If you all would like to be more informed about our agendas and what we're talking about, I recommend you sign up for notifications online. You can get the packets emailed directly to you, or a link to the packets emailed directly to you. And you can review them. They come out every 2 weeks. So I'm not sure what the best way to get word out is, but I guarantee you that all of this will be done in the public, and you'll have the opportunity to comment and be a part of it. So thank you all for coming tonight. If you'd like to stick around, you're welcome to do so. If not, have a great night. So our next agenda item, I'll wait for it posted. All right, so our next agenda item is consideration and approval of Ed Food Gill LLC request to modify liquor license premises to include sidewalk dining area. And I suppose this is Sam and or Nick for the introduction. Sam's not with us. Nick, do you want to bring us into this?
Sure. Yeah. So you'll remember that last time, last meeting, it was discussed there was a request from a restaurant wanting to expand their service area, their liquor premises to the sidewalk to allow them to serve alcoholic beverages where they were already serving food. So in order to do that, we've determined that all they need is a modification of their liquor premises so that it can extend on the sidewalk. We briefly discussed the issue of needing passage through the pedestrian travel way, and determined that that was lawful under the state's regulations, so long as the alcohol was being consumed in the service area and not on the sidewalk itself. So that results in the servers actually having to bring the alcohol across the sidewalk to the service area where it can then be consumed by the customer. So this application is simply for a modification of the licensed premises. They do already have a license, a liquor license, and so that means that no public hearing is needed, and the board just has the opportunity to review and approve or deny or approve with conditions the application this evening. So I'd be happy to try and answer any questions you'd have. Sam was the primary reviewer of this, but we did have some conversations about the legalities. So I'll turn it back to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, does anybody feel confident to have a motion? No?
I mean, I move that we approve their request with modifications as needed or as discussed.
All right, do we have a second? No? Okay, fails for lack of a second. Any other motions? What does somebody else want to add? John, Paige?
Well, I have a question for Nick before I can even venture a motion. And Nick, we had a lot of conversation about the fact that they needed a barricade around those tables that would be having alcohol served to them. Is that still the case? Or is that no longer needed?
So barricade isn't defined in the liquor regulations. They were proposing at first just roping off the area. Basically, what the liquor regulations say is that it needs to be barricaded from traffic. There's no guidance at all as to what that means in the regulations. I do think the board has some discretion to condition the approval of this modification of premises application to require some sort of barrier that's more than just a roped off area, if that's a concern. The barrier could be construed to mean the curb separating the street from the sidewalk area. So I don't think that you have to do that in order to approve this, but if the board has legitimate safety concerns, then I certainly think that you can justify doing so. I'd hesitate to order any specific barrier. If you were going to say something that's impenetrable or something like that, or use specific materials, I think that could be too onerous. But if you want to see something more and you want to make that motion in general terms to add that condition, that's certainly something that the board can do.
If I might follow up, well, tonight when I drove here, I purposely went around the corner. And what I noticed is the chair was sitting out and your sandwich board was there, and there was not enough room for someone in a wheelchair to get through. And so I'm very concerned that if you don't have a very obvious demarcation of where chairs and tables are, that is going to turn into a bottleneck, and it's a public right of way, and we're going to make it difficult for it to be a public right of way. So I'm very concerned about the management of that, and you cannot help when people just sit down at those tables, even when they haven't paid for food, and they're just sitting there chatting or whatever, and they leave a chair. So that is my main concern. And I do think you need a demarcation for where those chairs and tables can be. I don't know what it should be, and I'm concerned that we don't know what it would look like, because again, this is public property. It has to be safe and it has to be aesthetically pleasing. So.
Okay.
As in our diagram, we would demarcate that, which would prohibit the chairs from being out.
Before we get into back and forth, if we could get a motion that we're working towards, it would be helpful to guide the conversation.
All right, I'd like to make a motion that we consider approving this application once we have determined what modifications may need to be added.
Approving the application once we've determined what modifications need to be added.
May need to be added.
I'll second that.
Okay. So now, I guess we've already started this discussion. So we're going to count one round for you guys. Lindsay, if you guys would like to come up and make public comment for this round.
I guess I would just like to say this is our third or fourth time here, and all to find out that we could have done this with our initial liquor license application back in November. So it's been kind of frustrating for us. And I thought last time we came back because of the diagram that was needed, which we did, our proposal was to rope off the area, which would prevent chairs from crossing that 3-foot barrier. We're usually keeping an eye on that.
Yeah, I mean, I would say I watch it all the time.
I don't think I've ever seen a chair in that 3-foot area
Yeah,
myself, so
so
you must have,
that's
must have been a freak.
But,
moment. You know, but there are no barriers at this time.
but if there was a rope there, that wouldn't be possible. So that is what we're proposing with signage, you know, with just an opening for the people to walk in to see themselves, for our staff to deliver the beverage, and with signage with no alcohol beyond this point. That's what we're proposing, in part because it is something we've seen quite a bit in other towns that allow this, and also for us to be able to remove it and take it in as needed, rather than trying to build something. Typically, when you get into building something, that's when a town gives their restaurants parklets and even maybe money to build something. We wouldn't be able to build something that we could guarantee wouldn't get blown over, or that we can remove as needed. So that's why we're proposing that, but we're certainly open to whatever the town feels is appropriate.
Okay, so, and, did you want to say anything?
I mean, I would just say if we're looking at having to come back for another time or two to discuss it, I mean, the summer's ticking away. We just had a horrific winter that was really hard on our business. And every day that goes by that we can't utilize that space for that hurts us financially. So it seems like we've just done a lot of talking, and here we are on the 3rd trip here. And I feel like we're making some progress, but at the same time, you know, we have a very short time frame to make it or break it in the season. And that basically is between now and the end of September. You know, so every day that ticks by, I mean, I understand your concern, but I mean, anybody at any time can go grab one of those chairs and drag it out into the middle of the thing. And I mean, I don't know how realistic it is that we can have somebody stand there 24/7 to make sure that doesn't happen. So I don't know. I actually feel like with the rope or cordon area that would prevent that. And that's what we are proposing. So my hope is that we're not going to have to take a lot, you know, numerous sessions here to determine what it is that we have to do, and possibly something that's going to cost us, you know, a lot of money as well. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so this is going to be our second night of discussion. And you're gonna vote.
My second point is several. First of all, at other meetings, we asked what that barricade would look like, and we've never seen a design. And you have to remember, this is a public sidewalk, and aesthetics and safety are our responsibility. And the other part of this is, also on this agenda, is you have to get a permit for every piece of every item you have on the sidewalk. And with that permit, you also, and it's a further down agenda item. I'm not sure that those permits have been issued of late, but it's in section 11(1)-30. Just so you know, which does talk about items on the sidewalk which apply to everybody, any business using the public sidewalk. So there is another hoop you still need to go through, which is to get a permit, and just for.
Well, we have a permit. You're
I'm sorry. We're not doing that before. Sorry.
And according to the code, you have a permit for every item on the sidewalk, each chair, each table. And I don't know if you have that, but there are requirements in that permit as well, in addition to the requirements for the liquor license. And I just want to add, I love your food and everything that you all do, but as trustees, we are representing citizens, and we have the responsibility to ensure we have not done something we may regret, an unintended consequence.
Thank you, Trustee Smith.
Yeah, so last time we had this discussion, there was a diagram of the plan for this area. And the use of the term barricade, what's being proposed is a roped off area. And I think actually roping off that area does a couple of important things. The first is it does actually, it would limit the chairs and tables being moved by patrons into an area that would block the sidewalk, because there would be this kind of demarcation. And I do think it would be perhaps in our best interest to actually mark on the sidewalk where those rope posts belong, so they can actually go to the exact same space every day. And this space can be designed and kind of kept from day to day without it impeding the sidewalk. For me, that roped off section doesn't actually provide a layer of safety. It just allows the patron to know where the liquor license premise is. So if they choose to go outside of that roped section with liquor, then they're making a choice to kind of enter into an area that's not designed for that use. And so I think if we had concerns about dining areas in that area, they needed to be addressed when tables were put there in the first place. I don't see that allowing for somebody to have a margarita with their meal or a beer with their meal adds an extra layer of concern. With the liquor license, there is a whole bunch of ordinance around like not over serving people and not allowing people to become a public nuisance through the service of alcohol. And so I think a lot of the kind of safety concerns that you could see in this outdoor area actually are already covered under obtaining a liquor license initially. And so I actually see the addition of this area with a demarcated section to improve the business owner's ability to follow the sign ordinance that we currently have, and to have all of those pieces that are in place stay in place. And so not only will it give them more business, it'll actually help them to stay within our stated ordinances.
Thank you. Mary?
Yes, I think that we are overregulating this. As Morgan said, there hasn't been a problem. They have a permit for everything that's out there on the sidewalk already. A rope is not going to, the safety issue has been taken care of. The permit has been issued. They're set. Every time this comes back and we raise the bar and say, oh my God, it's not safe enough. It's like, this is not a valid argument in my understanding of this. So the rope is sufficient as far as I'm concerned. It meets the requirements of the liquor law that it's demarcated. I agree with Morgan again. It would be nice to have marks on the sidewalk to say where that rope goes every time so it's consistent. And that's fine with me. I think that Lido's has done a great job in bringing this forward and jumping through all the hoops that we have put forward for them. And I think it should be approved. Thank you.
John, you have input? Okay, thank you. All right, we're gonna take public comment one last time.
Can I say one more?
Please.
I guess the one thing I would like to say is we have to renew our liquor license in December. So if this is approved, you can consider it temporary. It can be, that part can be denied when we have to come back in front of you in December. So I would just say this could be an opportunity to test it out.
Please.
Suzanne Watson. So it would have been nice to have a little bit more complete information in the packet, such as the permit for the items. And then I would have liked to have seen a scaled plan on graph paper. If this diagram was presented to Dan Reardon for a building project, he would have handed it back to you and called it something that looks like it was drawn on a napkin. I thought it's a little disappointing because I don't need to see where the kitchen is. I want to see a scale drawing. I want to see how big the tables are, the chairs are, what amount of space it's going to be taken up. I think the last drawing we saw, at least it had the walkway space indicated with a number, but it still wasn't scale. The fire hydrant is missing from this one. The concern I have is if you go to the National Association of City Transportation Officials, they have a guidance document for sidewalk design downtown, and they have the zones of the sidewalk, the frontage zone, the pedestrian through zone. They're divided into zones. And the frontage zone is the zone that's directly adjacent to the building. It's right up next to the building. So if the state statute says the liquor can be served right up next to the building, if you look at the National Association of Transportation Officials, that is the frontage zone, and it is indeed up next to the building. You don't put the pedestrians between the serving zone. That being said, there's been a lot of legal work that's gone into this. I don't see why any fees should be waived at this point. And I think the town really needs to be looking at the size of tables for these businesses. I think some of these big round tables are too big for our sidewalks. When you go to Cedar Edge, they have these cute bistro tables. It really adds to the town too. It just looks good. I think these poolside home patio furniture looks scrappy. And I'd like to see that cleaned up. I think the size of the tables would really help avoid some of the encroachment into walkway areas. And 3 feet, we should be going for 4 feet. I think their plan did say it was a little over 4 feet, but we should be going side by side, people side by side can walk by. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, public comment? Sure.
I think it'd be a big mistake to approve a change to the liquor license without a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, so our motion is to approve the application once we determine what modifications may need to be added. Now, we can approve this motion, we can deny this motion, or we can modify this motion. Anybody have a motion to modify?
Can I motion to modify this motion?
Yes, you may.
And let's see if I can get the language succinct. I move that we approve their application for a adjustment of their premises guided by the plan that we saw in our last packet that actually had the demarcated, last.
All right, so approve based on the adjustment of approve the adjustment of premises guided by the plan we saw in our last packet. That's your motion?
Was it the last packet that?
Pulling it up.
Yeah, last packet, the dimensions, exterior drawing.
Yeah, that's, or maybe the exterior drawing provided by the business owner previously.
Okay. Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion on the amendment.
Would it help if we projected that drawing? It was on June 13th. Sorry, taking out a turn, I just pulled it up. Let me just see if we can
Discussion, okay.
get to the drawing. Because I'm not comfortable approving something I didn't.
Sure.
I don't know what it looks like.
Yeah, actually,
Hang on 1 second. I don't have a link.
I can figure it out real quick.
Get a page number, that would be great.
Yeah.
Okay, links. Should be after the police report, right?
It's on the,
It's the third item of the agenda.
June 13th. Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Which one?
It is on page.
103.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Okay. Three. Okay, so we're talking about this one.
It shows 6.5 feet between the building and the, I'll read what that says.
Yeah, 6.5 feet between the
Cordon off.
building and the
Cordon off.
right? Okay. So,
6.5 feet is well over what our ordinance are for signs on a sidewalk. We only require.
Which may not be DDA.
Okay, so,
But it's our ordinance.
all right,
Sorry.
so, the motion is to approve the adjustment of premises guided by the plan that we saw in our last packet. Up here, you'll have in front of us now again. Comments? Trustee Smith?
So based on this, let me back up. So there was talk about marking the sidewalk for where the road should be cordoned off.
Suggested by Mary.
Is that part of this motion?
It's based, guided by this plan, so the details are, I don't know how specific we would like to get rid of it. Okay, Morgan?
I mean, the detail that I would add to this plan, I think, if I remember our conversation in our last meeting, Trustee Marco brought up a interesting point about the fire hydrant. I actually went out there today and kind of measured how far away that fire hydrant is from that curb. And I think so long as we maintain that distance from the fire hydrant to the cordoned off area, we're not going to run into any issues with kind of obstruction of that hydrant. 6.5 feet is I think more than adequate. I think honestly, if we follow our current sidewalk sign ordinance for obstructions of the sidewalk, we only require 36 inches. And so I think bringing that cordoned off area closer to 36 inches would be acceptable. It's part of our ordinance.
All right, Trustee Valentine? Anything else?
I'm having buttinosis here. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think we've been through it and we're now talking about unlikely and improbable scenarios and how to prevent those. And I don't think we can. I think we need to probably do a little follow-up the way the trustees have done in looking at what the setup is, and if it's fine, it's fine. Let's just get the show on the road.
Okay, Mary, anything?
I concur. Let's get the show on the road and stop putting these people through unnecessary hurdles.
Anything from the public?
Shirley Patterson, Rio Grande. I've been looking at this online, these presentations and things like that, okay? First of all, this is supposed to be a creative town. Can we get more creative with this? First of all, that's one thing. I don't have to tell creative people to be creative. I mean, there's solutions. It doesn't have to be on a sidewalk, a public sidewalk. It doesn't. Second, other businesses, restaurants, bars have already space that they're paying for and renting or owning, paying taxes on, that provide them with a garden, a patio, covered or not, whatever. They're paying extra. They're paying more in taxes. Are people with furniture on the sidewalk going to be paying more taxes to cover that? And I'm talking about TLC and I'm talking about Lido and any others, because there's going to be more. You know that there's going to be more. Everybody's going to want the same conditions. Third, you just talk about, oh, 36 inches is the minimum. 36 inches. Do you all walk on the sidewalks at all? Do you ever see a friend and you're just like, what do you want to do? Be like this, face to face? You get casual. Do you ever see people walking dogs? Do you ever see people, whatever, walking their bicycle? It's more than 36 inches, for God's sakes. think about how people are being social in public and what they're used to.
Thank you.
It's insane.
Start back here.
Hello, I'm Kathy Schwartz and I live on 4th Avenue. And I want to say I fully support Anita moving forward with this. They bring a life to the community. They've met the regulations of the liquor license. They've done everything that has been asked of them. And I think let's move forward with this. And as Lindsay stated, their liquor license is up for renewal, I think in December. And if it's not working, then it could be a chance to change it. But I think why not? Let's support our businesses and just keep moving forward. And it brings life to downtown, and that's what we need. So thank you all.
Suzanne Watson. The town code says that the sidewalks in C1 have to be on Grand Avenue are 10 feet wide. And I don't think the sidewalks were originally designed at 10 feet wide, so businesses could use them for their private business. They were 10 feet wide for the public. So, you know, if their first plan says 6.5 feet, give that a try until December, see how it works out. I don't see why. I think we need to think about the public always, because that's, you know, you board you're here to represent the greater public in our spaces. So, you know, if you're gonna grant this, look at that 6.5 feet, that seemed to be okay the last time. That being said, I was kind of curious about the legalese in here. And so if public who are not related to the business or business customers gets injured on the furniture, like they're non-customers, it's after hours, does the store's insurance still cover it, or is the town at all responsible for it? Especially if it has to do with narrow sidewalks. Anyway, or if, you know, someone has a crash because of it, or hits a pedestrian because they were distracted by something. I mean, I was just kind of wondering for customers or after hours, how does this indemnification apply? Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Anything else? We got Leslie?
Yeah, this is entirely up to the board, but I want to offer an alternative view from the professional downtown development perspective. I think you guys know from my resume that I was on the original Downtown Development Association for Colorado, which is now called DCI. And I was very involved in downtown economies. I designed a few downtowns. What we know about downtowns is the more messy vitality you have, the more successful they are. People don't mind walking around things. They like that messiness and the feeling that there's vibrancy and vitality in a downtown. So I do understand completely the interest in public safety, but it's what the kind of another way to look at it is that when people have to watch what they do when they walk down a street, they're more safe. So there's kind of a dichotomy between, you know, the idea that there needs to be a ton of space and what makes downtowns successful. And I just wanted to point out there is an alternative view to this by downtown professionals. And, you know, I think Alamosa just invested a lot of money in doing exactly what Nidos wants to do because they wanted to get their downtown to look like there was something going on. So just kind of another viewpoint. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, the motion is to modify the main motion to approve adjustment of the premises guided by the plan that we saw in our last packet. Okay, everybody clear? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion passes. So now the main motion is to approve the application based on the drawings in the last packet.
How many people Aren't you voting?
I'm not voting.
Then we don't have a quorum.
Well,
It's only 3 of us.
we can
I thought you
defer to
were
Nick here. Nick, am I required to vote, to establish a quorum?
Yes, that's right. As
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, you do have.
I vote aye as well. So now the main motion is to approve the application based on the drawings. Right? All in favor? Valentine, Marco, McGinnis, opposed?
Nay.
Smith. Okay, motion passes. So we will, approve the changes based on the drawings of the last meeting. Okay? Next agenda item. Consideration and approval of West Slope Conservation Center's request for town gravel donation at the River Park. Schwartz.
Ruben, do you have my presentation? Okay, great. Hi, everybody. My name is Kathy Schwartz, and I'm the interim executive director at Western Slope Conservation Center. I did put together a very short presentation for you all tonight. We can just go with the PDF. That would just be easiest if you like, or the PowerPoint, whichever your preference is. So while Ruben is bringing that up, I'm curious how many people have walked in the river park, or taken a boat from there, or walked your dogs? Anybody here? I think most of the community has. You're not alone. Hundreds of people use the river park every month. And you can go to the next slide, please. And what you'll see here, we recently did a Pints for the River Park at the pub, and there's so much love in the community for the river park. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of background. The river park is decades long in the process, and over $1 million of community investment has gone into the river park. We have the only public boat launch in Paonia. We have over a mile of trail, 88 accessible ramps. You all know, I don't have to tell you how important this is to the town. And I think it's important to note, because sometimes people are confused about who owns it, but Western Slope Conservation Center, we own most of the river park except the parking lots and a tiny bit of the boat ramp, which is owned by the town. And then also across the street, the new trail, the school loop, the school district owns the majority of the school loop trail, except for the ramp, the kiosk, and about 400 feet of trail that was destroyed. That little sliver is all owned by the town. Okay, next slide, please. So I know I'm going to veer a little bit away from my request for gravel just to paint a bigger picture. But in case you all don't know, both the river park and the school loop trail sustained significant amount of damage with the flooding. So you can see here, this is the flood damage in the Paonia River Park. Over 600 feet of trail needs to be rebuilt with a special emphasis on the back loop. Next slide, please. And then the flood damage in the school loop trail. So this is a section that the town owns. You can see that literally the trail is gone. It got washed away. And so we do need to rebuild. We're actually going to rebuild that entire section in the water. That's about 700 feet of new trail. The trail was not built in floodplain. We've heard that a lot, but rather the river changed course in the road at the bank. Next slide, please. So we went through, so the Nature Connection and WSCC, we've calculated it's a little over $62,000 worth of damage from the flooding. That's everything: labor, equipment, road base, trail mix, fabric. I mean, it's a lot. Skid steers. Oh my God, skid steer. And so we are actively fundraising to raise this amount through community support. We're going after capital credits grant through DMEA, Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And tentatively, we're scheduled to begin the week of July 10th. Next slide, please. So while the parking lot, which is my request for today, was not damaged, I think it's important for council to understand the scope of what's happened at the river park and the school loop trail. You all know the Paonia River Park is an important part of our community. It's mentioned in your recreation master plan. And what we're asking for today is a town council to donate 30 tons of gravel. It's a truckload of gravel to redo the parking lot. The parking lot is in bad shape. There's lots of potholes. It's a safety issue. And my hope is that if the council approves this, then Mayor Mary and I can go to the county and ask them for help with grading that parking lot. Now, in your packet, you'll see that there's an MOU from 2004. And it basically states that we, the second party, WSCC, would take care of all the maintenance. But that was before the park. That park wasn't a park then, it was literally just a boat ramp. And it's no longer, it was not the treasured entity that it is currently. We have the town's recreation committee, which town is part of. We also have WSCC, the Nature Connection. We're actively working on rewriting our management plan to talk about what roles town would play in addition to each entity, because it's not clearly defined right now. And then in case you all are wondering, with such a big project ahead of us, if there was anything that you all could do to help us with the flooding, a skid steer would be invaluable to us as we help to rebuild the trails. But really what I'm coming to today is asking for the council to approve a truckload of gravel to re-gravel the parking lot. So thank you, and I think I made it within time. I try to go fast.
You don't have to. Presenters don't have to. Okay, so does anybody feel like they have a motion, or do we ask questions?
I have a question of our attorney.
Okay.
Nick, I'm wondering, because the MOU is rather outdated, would you recommend that we create a new MOU that essentially the town would take on some more responsibility for that parking lot into the future? Right now, the MOU, we don't need to do anything based on that 2004 MOU, which does seem outdated. So I just wondered if it might be in everyone's best interest to create a new MOU and update this one.
I think if the town is going to be taking on additional obligations, it's always good to have an agreement as to those issues. So I certainly would not be opposed to a new or an amendment to the existing MOU. And I should tell you, Trustee Smith, I haven't had a chance yet to review this MOU thoroughly, so I'm not exactly clear on the details.
So page 85 of the packet. Okay, any other questions from the board? No? Okay, Leslie?
So I want to give you a little background on this and some cautions, and I'm going to be very unpopular. I'll announce that ahead of time. We received contact originally for us to actually do the work and provide the gravel. Staff members cannot override an active agreement. And regardless of the fact of what the situation was and when this agreement was passed, it's an active agreement. No one's asked for it to be changed. And what I think you need to consider, you get to do what you want, is that we have a number of agreements with people. And if you grant something of monetary value to one group, you've got to think about how the other groups might see that. And so that consistency issue is really big here. The other thing I want to mention is that our staff does not have time to loan equipment and do work. I mean, we have been overrun this year with projects, and we were also affected by the flooding. The question that I have is, if this is flood damage, I think if you contacted Delta County, they may have some emergency funds. I don't know. I don't think a disaster got declared, but we had all gone through the process of understanding how FEMA you might be able to file a claim with FEMA. So I would strongly request that this group first contact Chris at Emergency Services and ask if there is any money available to donate to groups or to situations where people actually experience flood damage. So I know these are unpopular statements, but as a town administrator, I have to remind you of the big picture of how the town operates and how we have to treat all of our people that we have agreements with similarly.
Thank you, Ms. Kuzma. Okay, anybody have a motion?
I'm gonna make a motion to deny, providing the money for the gravel. In lieu of an existing MOU and suggest we revisit the MOU.
Okay, you want to have it in the same motion?
Yes.
Okay, so deny the Western Slope Conservation Center's request for town gravel donation for the river park and revise the MOU. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, second?
I don't know, do we have the opportunity to have a little bit more discussion before we pass the motion?
Yeah. What I'm trying to do here is give us direction to begin with.
Okay.
So that we say, Paige wants to do this, and we can say yes or no, or change our direction, but rather than just having a discussion that reaches here and there and, thither and yon, kind of give us a motion so that we can say, no, we don't want to do this, and then we can discuss it.
Yeah, in the interest of discussion, I'll second that motion.
Okay, there you go. All right, now let's discuss it. What do you want to say?
Yeah, so my reading in the term for this is an MOU, the agreement that was provided.
Memorandum of understanding, yeah.
Yeah, so my reading of these MOUs does clearly state that the second party, being a conservation organization, is responsible for upkeep and damages. I think my reading of this agreement is it lays out what can be done, but it doesn't necessarily bar us from donating things towards that effort, as far as like recouping costs, or not recouping costs, but repairing and upkeep of those facilities. I think in my view, what the conservation, remind me.
Oh, sure, Western Slope Conservation.
In my view, what Western Slope Conservation is trying to do is shift some of the money that they perhaps had allocated for this work to actually repair the damage that was unexpected and done to these trails by the flood. And so, I mean, I think in kind of recognition that this is a park that is far beyond the original MOU, I mean, I'm in favor of lending a hand to kind of restore this community asset up to what it was before the flood. My reading of their ask isn't actually a donation of labor, it's just a donation of funds to purchase the gravel. And so I don't see this as kind of tasking any of our staff with extra labor. I view it as the board releasing the funds as a donation so they can purchase gravel and do all the labor themselves. And so from my perspective, I think it's more a matter of, does the board want to release those funds in order to pay for the gravel or not?
Okay, any other board comments?
I get another one?
Yeah.
If we didn't have this MOU, I would be all over it, but I take Interim Administrator Klusmeyer's information seriously, because we do not want to be put in corners with other MOUs that we have, which is why I worded it in such a way, if we can revise the MOU, which won't happen right away, but I think we set a bad precedent by we are 100% doing a 180 on this MOU, and I think that's a very slippery slope to go on. So that's the reason, not that I wouldn't love to help you with the parking lot, but again, we as trustees have to think about the bigger picture. I love the park, and if I could write you a check for $150 out of my own, I would. But this is a precedent-setting thing which could come back to hurt us. Thank you.
You can't.
Well, I can't.
Right, any other board comments? John, Mary?
Sure. Leslie's comments and Nick's comments weigh heavily. I see the point. They certainly know the legal niceties and fine points better than I do. But it seems to me like this is a donation, not a commitment to do this in perpetuity. And as far as people pestering us in the future, but you did it like for them. You know, I think we can say, well, it was a one-time donation. That's that. Make your case. And then future requests are what they are. So anyway, I'm agreeing with Morgan, trustee McGinnis, sorry. That we should do it. We should, you know, rise to the occasion on this, in this case.
Thank you, John. Mary, anything to add?
You know, this is, and yeah, the town does own the parking lot, and we do have an MOU. And this is a town treasure. It truly is. Again, you know, I'm torn between the legality of the MOU and restoring this piece of the town's assets. It truly is an asset to the town. And we have done work for them before. I mean, we have done, you know, we've loaned them the skid, that thing, the machines before. We've helped them do trail work with our machines before. You know, we have volunteered and stepped up to the plate on numerous occasions to help them because they are truly an asset to the town. At this point in time, you know, my biggest reservation at this point in time is actually financial. If I had the financials sitting in front of us and could look at them and see what our bottom line is, I would be much more likely to just jump on this and say, yes, let's do it. We can rewrite the MOU, we can do whatever, but this is an asset, and, you know, it's been an unusual spring, and yeah, they've got a lot of work to do, and this could be a great donation. I would love to see what our bottom line is first before we do this. So if we could possibly get financials in 2 weeks and take a look at those, and if we have $850 that we could donate to the river park, then I'd say, let's do it in 2 weeks.
Thank you. All right, any comments from the public? The motion is that we deny the Western Slope Conservation Center's request for a town gravel donation for the river park and revise the MOU.
I'm sorry, I'm still here. Let's see, my comment is, so we are actively, the Recreation Committee is actively working on a management plan, which I would assume would then feed into an MOU, that it goes over everything in detail, who takes responsibility. It takes what we have and just really makes it into a very thorough plan. So it is something we're actively working on. I think we're trying to meet, again, we have a solid draft now, there's a few changes, and then I think Dave will be bringing it, or the rec committee will be bringing it forward to the board. So that is something that we are working on. And the thing I'm not sure about is how that feeds into the MOU, but we are really wanting to have a plan in place because it is a community asset.
Thank you, Ms. Schwartz. Anyone
Sorry,
else
I'll
from the
sit
public? Please.
Suzanne Watson. I wanted to ask about loaning town equipment. Is that advisable? What does our insurance coverage say about that? If we actually loan our skid steer to other people who are not town employees, is that what I'm hearing? Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'd like to clarify my ask.
Sorry, sorry. Okay, any other discussion from the board?
If I could add one thing, I don't have any idea what this recreation committee is. I don't know anything about your deliberations that are going on. But I did go look at the parking lot yesterday. And because it was not damaged from the flood, there is time to fix it. We do not have a deadline. So therefore, I would suggest that because the parking lot is as it is, we get the MOU changed and then come back. Because there's time. This is not gonna, it's not being washed away down the river. It just is very probable. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I think hearing that there is a new MOU in work. Yeah, I think, given the advice of our attorney and interim town manager, it might be prudent to see if we can work, if something like this gets worked into the new agreement, so we don't set precedent for folks we have other MOUs.
All right, any other board members? Okay, any final comments by the public?
My final comment is I'm only asking for gravel. And in my dreamland, there would be a skid steer that would just appear.
Thank you. Okay, the motion is sorry, thank you.
I just want to apply something I heard a few minutes ago about those potholes. People have to be more careful when they have to look where they're going. I think we heard that. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, the motion is that we deny the Western Slope Conservation Center's request for a town gravel donation for the river park and revise the MOU. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay? Okay. The ayes have it, denied. Next agenda item is unless anybody has further motion for that agenda item. No? Okay. Next agenda item is a consideration of a mid-block pedestrian crosswalk on Grand Avenue. And I'm not sure who's presenting this. This was in the Public Safety Committee packet. So I had Trustee Stelter. I know obviously he's not here. Trustee Knudsen is still out until 9:30. So Matt, would you be able to present this, or should somebody want to table it until we have a presenter?
I would say so.
Okay, I'll make a motion to that effect.
That's shaking his head, yes.
Matt,
I motion we table this until we have a presenter.
okay. Table, let's have a specific. Okay, until.
It's not, is it tabling?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's
table until time certain, or I don't know. I'm not sure what we're gonna put it off.
Yeah.
Okay, by any chance, do you have a second?
Second.
Smith, any discussion? No discussion. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. John? Did
Well, it's mounted like.
Aye.
Okay. John, if you want to do thumbs up, thumbs down, we can do that as well. As long as it's clear. Okay, and then the next agenda item is designation of handicap parking at Town Park. And also the next one beyond that, is consideration of mobility route on 3rd Avenue. I would entertain a motion to defer those likewise.
I had comment on the mobility route.
Okay, let's do the handicap parking then as an individual. How do you want to deal with that? Anyone?
Can we ask a question about it?
Sure.
And this is to Matt, if I might. Is there not any designated handicap parking along the Smith Center? I didn't go over and look. Nothing?
No, there were some signs at one point in time, but we do have signs that they can put up for events that are movable, but there's no permanent spot.
Thank you.
And I think the heart of this matter is really establishing something permanent. That way, when we have our events, when we have individuals needing handicap spots, everything that's close to our accessible areas is occupied by other cars because they have designated as handicap. But I'll let them, I believe that's kind of the heart of what they're getting at, but I'll touch on that.
Well, can I ask another question? I mean, it seems like a no-brainer to have a permanent handicap parking there. But does it have to be, is that, has to be done by ordinance, by motion, because it's changing a law?
Yeah, I think kind of the way I interpret this was similar to the, our street sign discussion. We're gonna be placing signage, and we're gonna be designating areas, for a particular activity, so, you know, staff could be directed, you know, a staff recommendation to do that, or identify some areas that may work better for handicap parking, but, when this first came up, I wasn't comfortable saying, yeah, this is what we want to do, and this is what we want to do it. That didn't really seem like the appropriate way to go about that.
Look at that, that's another question.
I mean, yeah, unless you're confident of making a motion. or you feel like you're-
I'm not
Okay.
yet, simply because I don't know what it costs. We do need to think about budgets, what it costs to, for the permanent signs, and I imagine there has to be some street striping. And I just wonder what you know, do we have the budget to do that, for how many spaces? And what do you think? Anyway, we could.
I can work at getting somewhat rough estimates for you.
Yeah, I think the number of spaces.
I'd like to make a motion that we return to this discussion with more information from staff at our next.
I second that motion.
Next regular meeting.
Yes.
Okay, motion is to return to discussion with information from staff at our next regular meeting. Just a second. Okay, any discussion about that? Nope, okay, all in favor?
Aye.
John, thumbs up, okay, thank you. Any opposed? No beats left. All right, next agenda item is consideration of mobility route on Third Avenue.
Yeah, so I actually spent Saturday and Sunday kind of walking around our sidewalks. Because I had questions as far as if Third Avenue was the appropriate route to use as far as kind of like what's the condition of the sidewalks now? And is there kind of a better route to use? And I think if we are considering a mobility route, I think actually detouring from Third at Oak Street and going down the south side of Fourth is a far better option. It would require a lot less kind of upkeep, or it would require a lot less repair to bring that route of sidewalks up to kind of a level of standard that I would expect from, and it also would allow access to both Town Park, Nissus, and Grand without taking too many detours. There are a couple of questions that we have. There's a mailbox in the side of the sidewalk along Fourth, and also a couple of kind of trees and plants that approach along that route. But I think in considering this, instead of going straight down Third, we should actually consider going over to Fourth, because it allows more kind of access to the rest of the town.
Do you have a motion or?
Yes. I motion in consideration of the mobility route, that the route be changed from simply Third Avenue to Third detouring at Oak and proceeding down the south side of Fourth Avenue.
So we have in consideration of mobility routes, that the route be changed from simply Third Avenue to Third detouring at Oak, proceeding down the south side of Fourth Avenue. Any discussion about that motion? Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. Second?
Second.
Thanks, Paige. All right. All right, any discussion?
I only seconded for discussion, but I don't like the idea of moving forward. But I would prefer that, because neither Rick, Trustee Stelter, or Trustee Knudsen are here, I would rather we table it and let them come and because I don't know how much work we'd have to do on Third to make it passable, but I'm sure there's some. So I kind of like to have them give us why Third and not make any rash decisions tonight.
Can I then rescind my motion?
Yeah.
I rescind my motion.
Okay, rescinded. All right.
Thank you, though.
Any other motions regarding the designation of handicap, or I'm sorry, consideration of mobility route on Third Avenue?
I'll make a motion that we bring it to one of the next meetings, perhaps, let me back up. I don't want to fill up the agenda for the next meeting, because I know we're having a work session too. I'd like to say, let's bring up this discussion at a regular meeting, at the end of July.
We're gonna move, table this until the meeting at the end of July, which is the second one is gonna
I
be
have my paper calendar.
fifth. Okay. Okay, our motion is to defer or table it until July 25th. We have a second.
A second.
Okay. Yeah, it'd be nice to have more trustees here. Okay, any discussion regarding that?
I mean, I guess I just want to state for the record that the consideration and construction of the mobility route is to support, you know, seniors and less mobile citizens, and I'd like to have this done as soon as, or decided upon as soon as possible to support those folks.
Okay. All right, any public comment? No? All right, all in favor of deferring?
Aye.
Okay. Opposed, none. Okay, any other motions for that mobility route? No, okay, next item, consideration approval of the new commercial sidewalk permit application. And this is Mr. Baez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Markle. So I did work with Sam to recommend some revisions to the town's sidewalk permit. One thing that I noticed that was lacking was some strength in the indemnification language. Really, it didn't protect the town against premises liability. And so the revisions you'll see on, there is a red line in there. Let me see if I can find the page for you. Those are on page 106. So you'll see that in the indemnification paragraph, we added applicant's use and occupation of the sidewalk under the permit, and that language is intended to cover the town against claims for premises liability. And then that language is similarly added at the end of the paragraph as well. So that includes the condition of the sidewalk. So they are going to be required to indemnify the town for that if the board accepts this language. There was no insurance language previously added or previously in the permit. So I didn't redline that in. I just recommended a new paragraph, and you'll see that this requires comprehensive general liability insurance, where the town would be added as an additional insured. The insurance policy is intended to back the indemnification language, so they'd be obligated if they were to act negligently or if they were to anything arising out of their use and occupation of the sidewalk were to give rise to an injury, then in that case, they would be required to indemnify the town, and their insurance policy should be able to pick that up. You'll see also the addition of language specific to liquor license holders. And due to the recent discussion, I took a look at some other towns and cities who allow modifications of premises to extend onto their sidewalks or into parklets set in the street, similar arrangements to that. And when they do hold a liquor license and they are going to be serving liquor on the premises in the permitted area of the sidewalk, they will be required to hold general liquor liability insurance already as a liquor license holder. So that can be extended to the premises in the sidewalk, and that the town can also be added as an additional insured to that policy. I did notice that the language was extremely long. I think it's necessary, so I will work with Sam in an attempt to get this formatting in such a way that it won't be 3 pages long, and we can try and maybe slim that down and put the notes on the back and a general reference to them. But the substance is there for your review and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, anybody prepared to make a motion, or do we need more information?
I would like more information. What else is new? Here. So I went to first of all, I think it'd be very helpful to have the code that is behind this permit included in the permit application. And the other thing that isn't clear in the application is that you need a permit for every item on the sidewalk. It is not, and it's $25 if that's what we're charging for every item. And that is by code. And I have no idea if these permits are being given out. I have no idea if people have 12, if the Learning Council has, I don't know, 26 permits. I have no idea. But that is what the code requires. 1 permit is required per item per location. So I just think this brings up a larger discussion as to what are we doing in C1 and C2. So right now we have sandwich boards are not allowed outside away from the business. We have multiple sandwich boards on corners from businesses that aren't even in the C1, C2. So my point is the ordinance prohibits that. So I think we need a bigger discussion of what do we want to be allowable downtown in the future and relook at this ordinance. And can anybody, do you know if we have multiple permits for the Learning Council? Are they paying $25 times 6 tables, 25 chairs? I mean, I have no idea. So that's the whole reason I'm bringing this up. I don't think it's a permit that's been issued very often. I think it's a permit we need. But if we now say we have this permit, $25 an item, how is this going to be enforced? Are people, is somebody going to go door to door and say you need a permit for all 6 of those things? So my point being, it's not just the change of the permit, it's a change of, is this the policy we want and is it enforceable? Thanks.
Care to phrase that in a motion?
No.
What would you like to add?
I guess I just wonder, I'd like to know if these permits are being provided, do we have permits? For instance, the Nido said they have a sidewalk permit, but do we know if Nido has multiple sidewalk permits for every chair and table?
You can move that we figure it out if you'd like.
Because this is.
I think the discussion of is everything that's on our sidewalks permitted is separate from adding this language to sidewalk permit applications. I think it's a valid question.
Right.
I mean, if that's our code, that each item needs to be permitted, then each item needs to be permitted. And I think we can look back on our records, and if company or if businesses have unpermitted items outside, then it's an easy, well, this item needs to be permitted or it needs to not be on the sidewalk.
Okay. I would like
Sorry,
I would like to have a little direction here, so can we get a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we go ahead with the use of public sidewalks for business purposes permit and include a reference to section 11-1-30 and ensure that businesses are indeed being issued a permit for every item on the sidewalk.
Okay, I have a motion that says we go ahead with the use of public sidewalks for business purposes, permit. Public sidewalk for business purpose permit, and include a reference to section 11-130 and ensure that businesses are indeed being issued a permit for every item on the sidewalk. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second
that. Then discussion.
Not
a board discussion to begin with.
Not to nitpick the motion, but I believe the last section of the motion is simply enforce the code that we already have. And I'm not sure that we need the last section of the motion as it was stated.
Okay, nothing. We're not saying that, the language will ensure that businesses are being issued a permit, so it's just to make sure that they'll.
Okay.
Okay, all right, anything else? Word? Okay,
Well, I guess I'd like to ask the staff. Is this something that is doable? And I suppose, who is our code enforcement?
Code enforcement sort of a patch. Right now.
I don't think you've decided who your code enforcement is yet, but I've mostly been doing it. And because really the police department should not be the code enforcement department.
Right. Okay. Well, okay.
all right, any other board members? No, okay, public? Swanson?
I appreciate trustee Smith's comments and work on this. I noticed, I have a few things on this permit application that I would like to bring your attention to, I think need to be changed. And first is the title of the permit, calendar year sidewalk permit application. That's not sufficiently detailed as to what it is. So when trustee Smith said, I think the title needs to mirror the title of the ordinance, which is use of public sidewalks for business purposes permit. Because it's saying it's not just commercial use of the sidewalk, which might mean putting out a nice flower pot to make the sidewalk look nicer, which is not a business purpose. That's just, and I know in the past, business owners were charged to put a simple flower pot with pretty flowers in it, and it was not a sign, and it was not merchandise. So I think it needs to be clear on the permit what it is for, so it needs to mirror the ordinance's title. And then I'm curious about this calendar year. Calendar year is January through December 31st, right? And that's not what the ordinance reads, because they're renewed in June. And they can be bought any time of the year, but they have to be renewed in June. So how do you indicate that? It does say the town administrator is the one who issues them and looks at what the person wants to do and where they put things. So it's not really code enforcement, but annually it seems like the town administrator is the kind of the go-to person for that. I don't really like how things are grouped in the type, where it says merchandise is one category, sign, sandwich board not to exceed 36 by 36. And it really, the code only says the sandwich board has a size limit. It's not the sign. So I almost think each item has to be separate, because table and chairs or table and benches, that's not one item. Those are multiple items. So this doesn't give you a place to say how many chairs you're using. And I mean, when and then there's no room for other. The ordinance doesn't say other at all. There's no room for anything else. It's very prescriptive. So as far as, I mean, I think the ordinance is very fair in a sense when it says for each item, because someone who just puts one item out is only going to be charged $25. But someone who puts multiple items out, or a table and 6 chairs, and uses the sidewalk a lot more, is going to be charged more. So that seems kind of fair to me.
Thank you, Ms. Swanson.
Okay, great, thanks. And the fee set by the administrator, not the board.
All right, any other public comment?
Yeah, I want to thank Ms. Watson for astute analysis of that stuff. And it's, I mean, my question is, why is the clerk writing things like this instead of the attorney? Because this is a perfect example of how you get something put in your packet and you're being asked to pass something that's going to create more of the kind of muddle that our code is filled with. And shouldn't be that way. And so in terms of this $25 per item, number one, I think that amount needs to be looked at. But I mean, per item, it's like, there's big items and there's little items. It might go like per square foot or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, please think about it and make sure that you trace back every clause and period to the enabling ordinance and that you aren't creating more crosstalk in the ordinances.
Mr. Brenner? Okay, anyone else? All right, back to the board. And Leslie, could you mute yourself? Ms. Kuzma?
Excuse me?
You're not muted.
Oh, I didn't have any comment. I don't have any comment.
Okay, yeah, you were, I was getting some background noise from you, sorry. Anybody else? Okay, the motion is that we go ahead with the use of public sidewalks for business purposes permit and include a reference to section 11-130 and ensure that businesses are indeed being issued a permit for every item on the sidewalk. All in favor? You may.
I'd like to amend the motion in the section where I said, please reference section 11-1-30. I'd like to add, and that the permit reflect the content of 11-1-30.
Permit reflect the content of 11-1-30. Okay, so you'd like it to read, we go ahead with the use of public sidewalks for business purposes permit and include a reference to section 11-130 and the permit reflect the content of 11-130 and ensure that businesses are indeed being issued a permit for every item on the sidewalk.
Yes.
Yes? Okay, second by McGinnis, are you in favor of that amendment?
Yeah, second that amendment.
Okay. All in favor of going ahead with use of public sidewalks for business purposes permit and including reference to section 11-130, ensuring that it's actually being enforced?
Aye.
Aye. John? Aye. Okay. Ayes have it. Next agenda item. Consideration and approval of SGM scope of work and contract for Fifth and Grand engineered plans to CDOT standards. We have SGM representative here.
I propose this because it's part of our CDOT grant. We have been negotiating with CDOT. This is the last thing we need to do to get a contract in place with CDOT.
And can I add, the purpose for this is that we did have drawings done, but they're not to CDOT standards. So the design is completed. Someone have said, why do you have to do another design? We're not doing another design. We're just getting the plans up to CDOT standards so they'll accept them.
Yes. And this has been discussed with CDOT and they are in agreement that SGM can do the work because they are our municipal engineer without putting it out to bid.
Anybody feel like they have enough information to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we accept the SGM scope of work and contract for Fifth and Grand engineered plans to CDOT standards.
I second that motion.
Okay, the motion is that we accept SGM scope of work and contract for Fifth and Grand engineered plans to CDOT standards, correct?
Yes.
Any discussion?
I have a question. So in reading through this, there were just two things. They mentioned a geotechnical report is readily available, as they assume a geotechnical report is readily available and can be provided by the town. Is that true? Do we have a geotechnical report for that intersection?
Hold on, 1 second, let me pull this up.
And it,
Okay, someone else on you? Okay.
What page is that on, Paige?
Sorry, it's on page 113.
All right, thank you.
And it is the fourth bullet from the bottom of the page.
I can check with Odyssey. I'm assuming that was done. but I will check with Odyssey.
Thank you. And obviously, if we don't, and if we need one, then that's gonna be another expense, but the last question I had was, it talked about, on page 112, there was a reference to storm drainage design, and it said if needed, and I just didn't know if that is a big deal.
Yeah, and they're not going to be able to figure that out until they pull up that intersection to find out if it's needed or not. And Travis didn't know, and that was a discussion we had when we were looking at it in the first place. And again, we don't know until we tear it apart.
Okay, so it could be an additional expense that we'd have to address potentially. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other pre-motion discussion? Sure, I guess we are in motion, I apologize. Post-motion discussion, any other trustees or board members input? Okay, anything from the public? No, okay. I guess I have a question. I was trying to stay out of the discussion as much as I can. Mary, do you know if this is going to be funded through the grant?
No, this is not funded through the grant. This is going to come out of our marijuana money, since it's a capital project.
In order for us to have this funded by the project, it would have even more delayed this project, which has been very slow moving. Yeah, we had a long discussion with CDOT about it.
Very well. The motion is that we accept SGM scope of work and contract for fifth and grand engineered plans to CDOT standards. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Valentine, aye. Okay. The motion passes. Any other motions for that? No. Okay. Our next item is consideration and approval of staff recommendation for town contribution to employee health benefits. Ms. Klusmeyer. You're muted. Sorry, Leslie, you're muted.
That's the lovely part of Zoom and sitting in your hotel room. Let's see, let me pull it up here. So in your packet, you should be able to see what the CBET or CEBT health plan is. And the way it works is that there's 3 different plans. There is the less expensive or the cheaper plan per month that has a higher deductible and so in some cases higher copays. And then the more you pay per month, you lessen your deductible on some of your copays. So, it's a pretty standard plan. CEBT, and I agree with them, likes to offer employees options because, some people need a more healthcare, and so they can select those options. So what our old the way the town approached this before was that the town would pay a certain amount of the percentage of the premium, which each individual was charged a premium according to their age. In this case, the premium just has to do with their employment status. That's how we worked it. So now that we had options, what I'm recommending, and this is really not going to be anything more out of the town's pocket, as I thought I was going to be able to find my report. Oh, here it is. I can't click on my agenda and pull it up. So what I'm recommending is that for this particular plan, for the PPO7, which is the lowest premium, we pay 100% of the employee's premium, which is much less than what we were paying before. I think our premium was like $1,038 or something for an employee, around in that vicinity. And then the other thing that's different with CEBT is they package, so an employee and spouse, there's one premium, where our former insurance plan you had to pay for each person. So the premium for that for an employee spouse at the lowest level is $1,325. I am recommending the town pay $1,100. So formerly the town would have paid much more than that because there were two premiums. And then CBT cuts you a break for additional dependents. Employee and child, the premium at the lowest PPO is $1,225. I'm recommending the town pay $1,100. And then the family premium, and that's any size family, which is not how it worked before. People with big families paid a whole lot more, and so did the town. That premium is $1,593. That's all inclusive for the entire family. And I'm recommending the town pay $1,300. So the town is not going to pay a combination of any of these shares. If it's only the employee that gets insurance, it's $650. If it's only the employee and a child, it's $1,100. If it's the family, the town pays $1,300 for the whole group. So hopefully everybody sees the difference there. And then in the past, we have not contributed to dental or vision. This dental and vision plan is much cheaper than what we offered the employees before. And so I'm recommending we pay 100% for the employee only. If the employee wants to add family members on, they would pay those premiums. So the dental would be $31 and vision is $9 for that. So that's an additional $40. So that kind of gives what it basically does is the employee that selects the lowest cost plan will get more of their benefit paid. Employees that pay the higher cost plan will have to pay the difference for that. So that's what I'm recommending. And any questions about that?
As I was reading through this, I just want to remind everyone, we made a motion and approved it. I believe it was the July 13th meeting. Trustee Knudsen made a motion, seconded by Trustee Selter, to move back to the 90% employee payment of the premium and employee 50% dependent contribution in a tiered fashion, 10% a month. So this is quite different than the motion we made.
And the reason for that is this is a different plan. That percentage was based on the assumption that we were paying a premium for every single employee and we had one premium.
I kind of don't feel like I remember seeing the tiered premiums, so I don't agree with that. I feel like we were seeing the same tables that we have in this packet, at least I was. So I'm just bringing up that I think at that point, and I was seeing the premiums. This differs from what the motion was. So I just think it's a good point for discussion. I'm not saying I disagree with what you're proposing. It's just we wanted to do 50% of the dependent premium and not, in this case, I think it's 80. Is this 80%? If I did my math right? 80.
Well, it's hard to, so one of the reasons I switched to that is it's hard to figure out what percentage because you don't know how many people you're paying for. And so I did it differently. The other issue is that if we were to pay a percentage, depending on the plan, the employees who elected the more expensive plan would get more of their premium paid. And so I wanted to equalize it. And if you feel differently, I'm willing to work up something. But when I started to try and figure out what 90/50 was on each plan, I couldn't get there because particularly under the family plan, you've got, dependents that we can't count.
If I could add on to that, I think we could still do a percentage of the premium. We could still say we'll pay 50% of your premium, and we will. Here is what I think might be the way to go: is here is the amount we will pay to your employee premium, and here's the amount we will pay to any of the other three employee plus. It's a flat rate, and the employee pays the rest. And not do it by percentage, simply pick a number. I'm a little concerned that this looks like a lot of money for insurance, and because we were paying so much previously, which was not voted on, nor were we really aware of it, I don't feel like that's a good barometer to compare to in terms of how much money we're spending on insurance. If we went back 2 years, when it was closer to what I think we all felt we were paying. So I feel like this is a little too generous in terms of our budget.
Could you
So,
post your proposal as a motion?
okay, I'd like to make a motion that we offer employees $650 towards their premium, and any additional employee spouse plus, we would pay $800.
Motion is, we offer employees $650 towards their premium, and any additional employee spouse plus, we would pay $800. Is that correct?
That's sure.
Do you have a second?
Can I ask for clarification on the motion? Is that 800 total or 800 on top of the original 650?
On top of the original 650, because the employee has to pay for their insurance. Right? Wait a minute, employee plus spouse is 13, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so if you're just an employee, you get 650. If you're an employee plus spouse, you get, I still would say 800.
Total?
Total. Because you're right, they're not gonna pay 650 plus 800. They're gonna either have a premium of employee plus spouse for 1325, employee plus child, 1225 family. It's only the single employees that are gonna pay 650, the lowest amount if they're single or have a family.
Okay. So make sure that you have this verbiage correct.
Just starting.
So we offer employees $650 towards their premium, and any additional employee plus spouse, we would pay $1,800.
800 a month.
800, sorry, 800 per month.
So we're either paying 650 per employee or 800 per employee. Matt has a question.
All right, Trustee McGinnis, you're okay with the modification? Is it for the, your second still stands?
I didn't second, I asked for clarification.
Okay, sorry. Do you have a second?
I mean, I feel like there needs to be more discussion before a second, but, sure, yeah. I'll
Discussion
second.
allows.
Yeah,
discussion
to allow
allows
discussion, in a second.
Okay, second allows discussion. Okay, discussion by the board. Trustee Smith, since you made the motion, would you like to speak to it?
I just want to throw that out simply because I feel like this goes very far from the motion we made and approved. And again, as I already said, I don't think comparing to what we paid last year is a fair comparison because we didn't even realize how much we were paying towards a premium. So let me just add one thing. When we do our budget, people get ready.
There you go. Sorry.
Is it on?
You're telling me, sorry.
I think we have to think about, right now, what I have in front of me, I have no idea what this is doing to our budget. I feel like I don't know where we are in the budget right now, you know, because we're reconfiguring everything. I have no idea what this does to our budget for all of the employees. So I'm just not comfortable, with the numbers I have in front of me. And I don't think it matches what we said 50%. So 50% for the dependents. So, and I just chose 800. Let's just think about it a second. So employee plus child is 1225. What's 50% of that? 615. So that was the motion we made. So I'll stop there.
Well, and I think what Ms. Bluesmeyer is talking to is the motion that we made was kind of based on our old system, and it's hard to extract the number of dependents from the way that this system is set up. So like if we look at the numbers before us, if we say an employee premium by themselves is 650 as the base rate, right? And anything that is added on top of 650 is added quote unquote dependents or spouses. If you go down to the family premium, 650, if we're paying 90% of that, that's what, like 590?
Wait, hang on one second. This is 100% of the employee, right?
Calculations were 100%, correct.
And 100% of everything else. No, 90%. Is that right? And is that in your memo? I'm sorry.
No, it's not. It's not 90% of dependents. I'd have to figure it out for each one. So I took the premium for the ones that are for more than just the employee and took the 650 away and looked into see if it made sense. So the employee plus child and the employee plus spouse have a different cost, but I assigned them the same flat rate because there's just two people.
I think I'm on a similar page to Trustee Smith, where we don't necessarily know what this is doing to our budget and how this compares to the motion that we made, assuming a previous set of numbers. And I think if we actually look into that previous set of numbers, as far as if we were paying 90%, given the old company, if we were paying 90% for an employee and then 50% for all of their dependents, I think we might see that these numbers are actually lower than if we applied that motion to the original company. And so I think part of me wants to see some sort of, I don't know.
Okay, any other board comments? John? Mary? No? Mary has one. Better. Yeah, Mary?
All right. So I went and looked up the last packet. There were no numbers on what the insurance was in the last packet. All we have is the motion about the 90 and the 50. So we don't right now have the numbers of how much we're currently paying on the insurance with the 90 and the 50. So yeah, I agree with Morgan. I think we should get the numbers of what we're currently paying and then look at what this would cost us. And I suspect, just like Morgan, this is going to be less than what we're currently paying. So, yeah, agreed. We can't figure it out with the new system, and not being able to figure it out with the new system makes it really difficult to go ahead with a motion that was based on a system that we're no longer going to use. So I suggest we look at what our insurance bill has been in the last, 6 months? Pull up our numbers, or at the end of the last year, see what our numbers are, compare what our numbers are going to be with this system, and then make a decision. Unless I'm on this that we need to have done like immediately.
Okay. All right, Ms. Kuzma?
So there's a couple of problems with that. First of all, our insurance plan starts next month, July 1st. The other problem is that people are going to elect different combinations of insured people because of the better rates. So you're going to have probably more people on the insurance, even though we're paying lesser rates. So we would have to have everybody, I don't know what the signups are yet with Sam on the insurance, but we'll have to go through that. And I can also ask Michelle to try and do some analysis on it, if that would help. I don't know how to access what we've spent on insurance, and she's probably the only one that does right now. So we could do that, but I'm just a little bit worried about time and how we're going to handle it. And we can probably maybe just delay payment until that you decide, but we'd have to let the employees know.
Is it possible to do a contingent for the near term? And then once we see numbers come back again, I know the employees may not like that, but I'm very uncomfortable approving this, not knowing what our budget looks like. So could we go with this for the next 2 months? And then the employees may have to pay a little bit more out of pocket.
I'm going to defer to Nick. Nick, you mentioned that we should have been noticing the employees about these changes. We have not done that in the past. So is it possible that they could do a temporary agreement and then we could revise it if they're not happy with the numbers that we can provide?
Yeah, so the noticing requirements come from the Affordable Care Act, and I'd have to dig up that research. So why don't I do that while the board holds further discussion and get back to you? I'll raise it.
Okay.
All right, yeah, I'd like to hear from employees since we have someone here. Will you ask for your?
I don't necessarily have input on the plans or anything else, but with my department, we're asking them to sign up by tomorrow. Oh, we don't know what they're gonna have to pay. So they're in, I mean, we have 3 plans to pick from tomorrow, 5, 6, and 7, plus a dental and vision. There's no way for them to do the math on that.
Right.
And I understand there's not, I just point that out.
Yeah, no,
I don't have a
that's good to
solution.
know. We didn't know that. That's good to know. Thank you.
Okay. All right, I'm just joined by trustee Knudsen. Okay, anything from the public? The current motion is to just to catch you up, we are under consideration and approval of staff recommendation for town contribution to employee health benefits. And the motion is that we offer employees $650 towards their premium, and any additional employee plus spouse will be paid $800 per month. And we are in our second round of this, or first round of discussion. Anything from the public on this? Yeah.
Sorry, one more.
That's okay.
Based on the motion, $650 for the single employee, $100 for the spouse employee, which the spouse employee would obviously apply the same numbers for employee and child, but the family plan has not been mentioned.
So, all right, thank you. Chair,
I
amend
just
the
got
motion.
a number.
Yeah, Chair, amend the motion to include a family designation.
I'm just looking over to see.
Sorry, I'm trying to catch
Yeah,
up.
I know, and I just didn't know if, well, okay, well, let me think about this 1 second.
Okay, all right, let's hear from Ms. Klusmeyer while you're thinking. Or is your hand up to speak, or is it left?
Oh, no, it's my old hand. I got to take it back down there. Sometimes it goes off by itself.
I just like to say that, in general, when we're left with a decision like this, that's, when we're pressed for time, when we're told that we don't have time to actually think about it or gather information, we don't have our budget, we don't know what the actual cost is gonna be, we don't know what we're paying already. What we were paying before is more than what was ever agreed to. It kind of seems like chaos. So I generally think that these decisions, when we're pushed for immediate answers, are the worst ones we make. So whatever we decide, I think we should certainly revisit this in the future, personally. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. When I'm looking at this, and I'm trying to catch up here really fast, I'm trying to understand. So on an employee premium, the town will pay 100%. That's right on. But then when I look at employee and spouse, the premium's $13.25, the town pays $1,100. That's way more than the 50%, which was the target.
Correct.
The employee and child premium's $12.25, the town pays $1,100. Again, that's way more than the 50% of what we wanted to target. And then on the family, again, $1,593, and the town pays $1,300. Very seldom in the private sector do you see packages that generous for the employees. I still think our 50% target is fair. So at the 13.20, and again, I think what we're trying to do is we're working it down from the 90% where we were. We're going 90, 80, 70, 60, 50. trying to step it down so it isn't a huge burden on the employees right out of the gate. So what I would ask is that we consider, I can see where we want to go flat amounts rather than percentages, could that get really squirrely for people in the county trying to figure out how much they're paying? So maybe we could take a recess for a minute and do a calculation of what that would look like on flat dollar amounts rather than percentages. It would only take around maybe 5 minutes to figure it out, and then come back to the board with what that would look like.
Make any motion, like?
Well, I'd like to make a motion for a 5-minute recess while we try to make those calculations. I think between my colleague here and I can do that real quick.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, discussion? Oh, Leslie?
What we could do, if this is really important to you, but realize that we're going to be paying less than the 90/50 for people who elect the more expensive plan, is we could take, if we took the 650, if you want to do 90% of that, and then we can do minus the 650 from the premium and do 50% of that, we could make it that way. That, you know, that's a solution that fits your 60/50 model. But just realize that those employees that need higher coverage are going to be paying more than 90/50.
Thank you, Ms. Kuzma.
Could you put some numbers out for that?
Let's do the motion.
Based off
All right,
this.
Mr. Cotton also has his hand up to speak.
Yes, I just wanted to respond to the board's earlier question. So the Affordable Care Act requires 60 days notice of any plan changes, and that would include the amount that the employer is contributing to premiums. So that if the change is made during the open enrollment period, which I believe is November 1st to January 15th, there's not a required 60 days notice because the employee could opt out of the changes by enrolling in the Affordable Care Act plan. But otherwise, if you were to adopt something tonight, it would require 60 days notice to change it.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Kuzma?
So I guess my question, Nick, is how do we, one of the things that we discovered is that we were paying more for our insurance premiums than we had to. And that's why we switched to CBT, and it was a very fast change. So I don't know how we notify people because the change was so fast and we're enrolled as of July 1st. My second question is, how does that work when we were paying 90% of everybody's premium? I mean, the board thought that they were paying 90/50, but we were actually paying 90%. And whether that was budgeted or not, I can't tell. I still haven't figured that out. And because I don't know the formulas that went into that, they're not available. So do we have to notice the employees that we are now going to pay only 50% of the dependent if we've been paying 90%, even though the board had a different understanding?
I think that's an extreme gray area. Unfortunately, I don't think the law is going to answer that question for us. I think the town should try and stay compliant as best as possible with the law. But these are sort of extreme circumstances that aren't addressed. You're dealing with an unwritten policy essentially, or one actor's potential overpayment of the town's adopted policy, whatever it may be. I still don't think we have the answer exactly as to what happened. But I think we're trying to remedy a situation that is very much within a gray area. So I think what the board adopts tonight, or whenever it may adopt something, it sounds like tonight might be the night. We're in a situation where we're doing something to remedy a situation that has been created, and we're gonna try our best to comply with the requirements of the law, but it might not be possible to do so under the time constraints the practical time constraints that face the town right now.
All right, our motion is to take a 5-minute recess. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, it's 9:14, we'll reconvene at 9:19.
So. It's PTO. Yes. No, it's the PTO that's coming.
Team, we are back in session. Welcome back, everybody. The motion on the table is that we offer employees $650 towards their premium, and any additional employees plus spouse will pay $800 per month regarding consideration and approval of staff recommendation for town contribution to employee health benefits. Anybody care to discuss it?
I'd like to make a motion.
We have a motion.
With, oh,
Right.
okay, well, then I'm going
I would like to rescind my motion.
Okay, motion is rescinded. So we have a different motion.
We'll have to
I
rescind.
rescind my second.
Okay. I'm not sure if that's necessary, but. Okay, all right. Anybody else have a motion regarding the consideration and approval of staff recommendation for employee allowance?
Mayor Pro Tem, I have a motion. So, and let me explain the rationale, what we try to get to. Right now, we're paying 90%. Okay, so we're gonna start there at the 90% level. So for the first month, the town will pay $585 of the employee contribution.
Is this your motion?
What I'm gonna do is go through each one of the things in my motion, so it's clear.
Okay.
Okay, so the $650 is the employee premium. The town will pay $585 of that. So that's rounded to the nearest 5. Okay, so $650 now goes to $585. We've subtracted $585 from the other 3 premiums to come up with $740 if it's the employee and spouse, $640 if it's the employee and a dependent child, and $1,008 if it's the employee and a full family. So of those amounts, the town will pay 90% on the first month. So that will go $665 for an employee and spouse, $575 for an employee and dependent, and $905 for the employee and full family. That's what we're going to start with. We want to target those numbers when dropping down over 4 months. And I don't have the numbers for each one of those. I'm going to ask finance to come up with that. But each month, it's going to drop till we get to 370 for the employee and spouse, 320 for the employee and dependent child, and 505 for the employee and family.
Plus the 580, the 100% of
The 585 is given.
And that's added to each one of
That's
those
added
numbers.
to each one of those.
Okay, can you state that as a motion?
Can you take a picture of your table?
That's a way to do it. I'd like to make a motion that we pay $585 of the employee share of all premiums. I'd like to make a motion that, in the motion, we would pay $665 of the employee and spouse, $575. Oh, let me start. Yeah. We're gonna pay $585.
Period.
For every single employee. Employees that choose to cover themselves and a spouse, we will pay $665 of that premium, and it will over 4 months be dropped to $370.
Plus 585.
$585 is given for everyone. For an employee who has chosen to cover themselves and a dependent child, we will cover $575 the first month, and the target is to cut that down to $300.
Okay, hang on a second.
Skip. Okay.
Let me simplify how this is.
I don't know how to do it other than this chart. See, that's what I'm trying to go off of. Because I'm trying to take the previous motion we did as a board, where we said we're gonna start at 90%. We're not gonna shock them the first month. We're gonna keep it at where it was.
Okay.
And then we're gonna gradually taper it down.
So this month,
Can I attempt to simplify this a little bit? Okay, so, Leslie, do you?
Wait,
Okay.
let's hear what you have to say.
So the simplification of this would be, okay, the simplification of this would be, the motion assumes that an employee's cost for themselves or healthcare is $650, and the town will pay 90% of that, resulting in $585. Any additional cost above $650 for any plan chosen is assumed to be costs incurred by beneficiaries. That beneficiary cost will start at a 90% coverage this month and will gradually reduce 10% coverage every month to our 50% coverage of that additional cost. Does that make sense?
See, that's what I'm trying to draw.
Yeah, I think we dial into that. Okay. What you said was employees cost for themselves and healthcare is $650.
Because we need to make a
Or
motion.
he can write
Right,
to his motion and then he can type it up and give it to me.
Also, okay, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll need to extend the meeting here. We have 5 minutes, until we need to extend the meeting. Let's just go ahead and dispose of that. Anybody care to extend the meeting? We have, remaining, this item, consideration of a purchase of a laptop, consideration of source of property casualty renewal, source of workman's comp renewal, MOU between the Vienna Police Department and Delta County, and 2 executive sessions.
Which one of these are time sensitive? From
All of them. All.
I'd say we're getting stopped here.
All right, I'd like to make a motion that we extend the meeting to 10:30.
There, do I have a second?
I second that motion.
Okay, any discussion?
Are we sure 10:30 is enough?
Leslie, yeah, you want to speak to this?
No, I want to speak to the health insurance.
Okay, all right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we're going to 10:30. Back to health insurance. Okay, so, Leslie, what do you got for us?
So I have a little bit of different math, so I'm going to share that. For the employee, the premium is $650. 90% of that is $585. In order to get to 90% and 50% on the next tier, which is the spouse at $113.25, you have to deduct $650, not $585, and take 50% of the remainder. So that is $585 plus $337.5, which is a total payment by the town of $922.50. For the next tier with the employee and a child, which is 1225 or $1,225, you have to subtract $650, not $585, because otherwise you're starting to pay part of the employees in premium again. So that's $585 plus $287.5. So the total town portion on that would be $872.50. And for family, again, you have it would be $585 for the employee. You have to subtract $650 from the premium, take 50%, and that's $471.50. So the total payment for the town for a family is $1,056.50, and that's quite a bit less across the board as what we're paying now.
I'd like to make a complete separate motion, but I know we still have one on the table. It doesn't involve math.
Yeah, it didn't really come out as a motion yet, so.
We're still mulling on it.
What do you have, Paige?
I'd like to make a motion that we proceed with what we have in front of us. And we will have this completely understood and we'll revisit premium payment in our first meeting in October. upon which time it will be decided what we are going to pay, and people can then decide if they want to go with the Affordable Care Act.
Is the,
Are we in discussion?
The motion is, that we'll revisit premium payment in our first meeting in October, at which time we decided we're going to pay people and they can decide if they want to go with the variable Affordable Care Act. That's correct?
Yes, and my point being, we may have to change this.
Do we have a second?
And,
Guys, for a second.
well,
No second.
second.
No second. Okay, anybody else?
Here's the reason I did not second that motion. I guess.
Don't care. Would you like to make a motion?
Yes. I'd like to-
Okay, what's your
I'd like to
motion?
make a motion that, between, our interim town administrator and myself, we figure out the premium costs for this as close to honoring the motion that we made at the last meeting. And that the two of us figure out the premiums. And that the board authorize us to do the calculations together.
You did not hear, if I might, you did not hear that.
Do we have a second?
I'll give it a second,
Okay,
because we need that discussion.
okay, the motion is, that, town administrator and trustee Knudsen figure out premium cost for this, is supposed to honor the motion that we made at the last meeting. And then the two of them figure out the premiums and that the board authorize them, find the calculations together. Okay,
Here is the reason I wanted to give some time. You did not hear that Matt said his staff is choosing their what insurance tomorrow. Everyone has to decide by July 1, and they have no idea what they're gonna have to pay out of pocket. And that is not their fault. So that's why I'm saying, let's give them temporary money certain, so they can decide which tier to choose, and have some idea what's gonna come out of their pocket up until November 1. And we may have to lower it.
if I may suggest, that we say we're going to pay, what was our motion last month? Or last
90/50.
90/50. Do we pay, starting at 90/90? We pay 90% of employee premiums and 90% of dependents this month, lowering to 90% of employee premiums and 50% of dependents within 3 months. 4 months, whatever, maybe phrase it that way, so that the math can be figured out whenever. I like that.
And that gives people some certainty.
Anybody care to make that motion?
Okay, could you read that back again?
we have a motion on the table.
We're not making any motions as, I'm not making any motions as chair.
Leslie has her hand up.
That's okay. We're figuring out a motion.
Yeah.
Do we have a motion?
What he said.
Wait,
Well, the motion was that Leslie and I worked on,
Okay.
Already.
Didn't get
Let's
second.
stick with that. That's true. But that did get some. That did get some.
so
Okay. All right, so the motion, standing motion is interim town administrator and trustee Knudsen figure out premium cost for this item is close to honoring the motion that we made last meeting, and we authorize them to figure it out, which is pretty much the same thing. Okay, made by Knudsen, seconded by Smith. Okay, discussion, Leslie.
I'm not sure what the motion is, but I hope it's not that we make a decision that's not made in the board meeting. So there's a couple of things I want to mention. First of all, I would recommend, instead of you putting a November 1st deadline on it, this is a budget issue. And when you get your new manager, you're going to start on the budget right away because budget season is approaching. And I think that's when you make your changes, is through the budget, instead of making a change halfway through the fall. So I think what makes the most sense for employee stability is to just choose one of those options. And the numbers that I gave you are a 90/50 plan. You could also just do 90% of each of those premiums if you wanted to. The other thing I want to mention is that there was a statement made that most private companies don't pay this much. Unfortunately, most governments pay more. 90% is probably typical, but they pay more dependents. And the reason why is they want to retain employees. And one of the things we have had an offer. The other towns like to mine our employees, and they have made an offer to an employee that is much more on the hourly rate. And what I really urge you to think about is, instead of saving money now, employee retention has to figure into this. And you know, if you want to look, I can send you the 2022 compensation survey from CML, which is what I use when I recommend salaries to you. They have a breakdown of all the percentages of benefits that other governments pay, and it's going to be surprising to you, because I don't know how much it seems like we're always coming up with these figures about what we should be paying that aren't really what the government market in Colorado is paying right now. And I am worried about losing employees. There are people that are coming after our employees, and they're local.
Okay, thank you. The motion is that interim town administrator Kuzmeyer and trustee Knudsen figure out premium costs for these payments as opposed to honoring the motion that we made at our last meeting, June 13th. And then the two of them figure out premiums and the board authorize them to determine calculations together, pay calculations, sorry. So any more discussion about that?
I could not vote for that, simply because employees are choosing tomorrow and they need to know what the town is going to pay them, and I completely agree with Leslie. We need more certainty for folks deciding tomorrow.
I just read you the 90-50 plan. Those are the numbers I did. Those are the numbers. I don't know how you could come up with the numbers any different way.
Yeah, so we have 922.50, 872.50, and 1056.50 for the three tiers.
Yes. So there's 4 tiers. For the employee, it would be $585. That's 90% of the employee. For the employee plus spouse, it's 90% of the employee, 50% for the dependent. So that is $922.50. The premium for employee plus child is the $585 plus $287.5, which is $872.50. And for the family, it would be the same basis, $1,056.50.
Okay.
And that's the 90-50.
Thank you. Trustee Knudsen?
I see Mayor Wagner's hand up.
Okay. Mary?
I have to echo exactly what Leslie said. So we've been at the CML conference and have gone to multiple different engagement sessions. And over and over and over again, we hear about housing employee retention. And again, employee retention. And if you're not offering competitive wages and paying your people, A, you're going to lose them. And B, you don't run a town with equipment. You don't run a town with houses. You don't run a town with streets. You run a town with people. And if you can't keep people, you don't run a town. So we have got to keep our people, and to keep our people, we have to pay them well and give them decent benefits.
So Mary,
Sorry.
What do you
Sorry,
want?
wait.
Sorry.
No, not right now. Okay, John, do you have anything to add?
I do. No kidding.
Okay, that's your statement. No kidding. Okay. All right, thank you. Morgan, Trustee McInnes? Regarding Dave's motion.
Yeah, I mean, I think hearing more.
Okay, anything from the public? Okay.
Christina Patterson, Price Road. Yes, employees are everything, and the right employees are everything. That's all I'm gonna say. It seems like we have the right employee. It seems like now we have the right employees. It's like, why prop up people that are not doing their jobs? I'm saying in the past. So I don't agree with that. Employees are everything. the right employees are everything. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, second round of discussion, second and final round of discussion. Trustee Knudsen.
The concern I have is honoring the motion that we did previously. And the employees have known for 2 weeks or 3 weeks, this is where our intent is going to be. I'm concerned about the cost of not following that intent. Because we're talking a serious amount of money on the dependent stuff, which would happen for the next, I don't know how many months, until the plan comes up again, and then we have this same discussion. I have not seen the CML figures about how much of the family governments pay. It would surprise me if they obtained 90% of the employee premiums across the board. And I really think it's fiscally irresponsible not to follow what we had previously approved. It's not going to take that long to come up with the numbers first thing in the morning and weigh that out. But it's $150, $200 per employee per month. Between now and the time we do our premiums, it's a serious amount of change. So I just want to lay that out.
Any other board discussion?
Considering that we are on the brink of having a new town administrator that is going to go through this budget process with us, I think all of this is going to change when we go through that budget process. And so I think currently my standing is not necessarily we need to figure out what's fiscally responsible right now. I think my standing is what decision can we make to give the employees we have stability, and knowing that that decision is probably going to change when we consider our next budget. I think offering employee stability is worth a couple $100 a month, but that's me.
I will vote against this motion because I think I would rather see definitive numbers that Leslie had figured out, and we won't do, I'm fine not going down, or no, just leave this is good. I think these numbers work and we will revisit them with the new budget, but it gives staff some stability of knowing what they're gonna have to pay out of pocket.
Okay, Trustee Valentine, anything else? Final thoughts? Okay, public, final thoughts? Ms. Watson?
So Mayor Pro Tem may suggest a motion. Is that what you're going to be? Is anyone saying so moved, or I'm not quite sure what the discussion is at this point. It seemed like people were in agreement with what the chair said, and now I'm kind of not sure. It's gotten lost. So can it be clarified what it means?
All right, the motion is that interim town administrator and trustee Knudsen figure out premium costs for this item as close as honoring the motion that was made at the last meeting. And the two of them figure out premiums, and the board authorize them the pay to determine pay calculations together. Okay? So Dave and Leslie are going to figure it out. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Okay, John is,
John, Mary.
yeah, Mary's not voting, John's an aye. So it's 3 versus 2, aye, 3 ayes versus 2 nays. Ayes have it, motion passes. Next item. Consideration of approval to purchase laptop for Newtown administrator, Ms. Klusmeyer.
So we are down a laptop, and we are hopefully on the verge of hiring a new town administrator. So what we're asking for is permission to buy a laptop for the individual. So it would be, we could cap it. I was supposed to get an estimate from Phones, but I didn't get it yet. So we would probably cap it at like 3,000. I think we can get it for less, but that's what we're asking for, because it's not in the budget to buy a laptop.
Okay. Does anybody need more information or care to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we get a new laptop and not spend more than $3,000.
Okay.
Second.
Laptop, not more than 3,000. Okay, by Smith, second by Knutson. Discussion.
I think the new town administrator would appreciate being able to purchase his own computer and knowing what specs they want rather than having it purchased for him. So I see this motion as just allowing the starting to get the ball rolling on that. But basically, I think the new town administrator should be picking this.
And Dave, that's what we're doing. Oh, excuse me.
Oh, please.
That's-
Thank you. Any other board members?
I agree.
Okay. John? Mary? Okay, Leslie?
So we are already doing that. We're working with the potential candidate.
Okay. I would like to say that $3,000 is incredibly expensive for a laptop, and I wonder what happened to Corinne's laptop.
Thank you.
Any public comment?
I'd like to know what goes on with all the previous
Your station name,
employees.
please.
Oh, Shereen Patterson, Rio Grande. I'd like to know what goes on with all the devices from all these turnovers of employees that have devices, whether it's phones or laptops or whatever. Also, why are we still using phones? I thought that was already discussed several times about how expensive their prices are for equipment. When you can go to a retail store and get it probably for half price.
Okay, any other comments from the board?
I would agree, $3,000 is very high. You can get a 16-inch MacBook Pro for $2,000, and that's, so I would suggest that the motion be amended, that the upper limit be brought down to $2,000. That's a suggestion,
Motion.
not a motion.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, motion is to approve purchase of a new laptop, not more than $3,000. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Nay? Okay, and John, did you thumb?
Aye.
Aye, okay. Ayes have it, motion passes. The next agenda item is consideration and approval of Sursa Property Casualty Renewal 2024. Ms. Kusmeyer.
So this is just basically our insurance payment, so we have to approve it. To Sursa,
Okay.
which is well worth it. They get definitely, we cashed in on part of that this year.
Okay, anybody need more information or care to make a motion?
I have a question. My question is, what's our premium and are you changing? They have this plethora of changing a liability. And is anything in here being changed from 2023? Are we still keeping damage coverage on 20-year-old vehicles? I just don't know if there's what we're doing.
Let me see. I unfortunately cannot open my packet, and so I'm going to reopen it and see if I can look at what it says.
I guess my bottom line question is, what is our premium we pay now? And are we sticking to the rates currently in our plan?
My guess is the premium went up, but there's no way for me to tell you what the premium is now. This is something Sam put on. Let's see. And she is not here.
Yes.
So I think what she's asking, we didn't talk about this. It looks like she's just asking for permission to apply and if you want to change anything. But I would say, let's see if there's a premium at the bottom of this. 25 pages.
You see the message.
Page 140.
It's at on 140.
Something came up under Samira's name, something about page 140 is the vehicles or something.
Oh.
Who is speaking, please?
Oh, that was Suzanne. I saw something pop up.
Okay, I'm uncomfortable with having the public speak at this point, so this is a board meeting. Just a minute.
Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you.
Boy. Sorry about this. This is not something that I was up to speed on. I think we better table it and do it next time because this was something that Sam dealt with and she didn't bring me up to speed on it before she left. She got really slammed.
This is not time sensitive.
Well, I don't know, but I think at this point, there's no way I can answer your questions. So if this isn't it, this is very long and I have just looking at it now.
Okay. Anybody here make a motion?
Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to make a motion that we continue this item to the next meeting.
Dave's motion is to continue Sursa property casualty renewal 2024 to next meeting. Second.
Second.
Okay. Discussion. Eugene?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. In the past, we've seen this spelled out and the recommendations and the decision we usually have to make is what level of deductible do we want? And they show us the premium for the level of deductible and we make a decision on that. So I'm hoping that this form gets filled out. It also lists our previous finance directors to contact, which has to be changed. But other than that, we just continue the next meeting, so we're not trying to rush into this. And of course, anything we decide now is after 9:30, we have to worry about that.
Any other board discussion?
I wonder if it would be helpful. I have several questions when I was reviewing this. I will put them in an email to you, Leslie. Things that I question why they're here or that are decision points. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Anything from the public? Okay, all in favor of continuing?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, continued. Next item, consideration and approval of Sursa Workman's Comp Insurance 2024. Just the same status, I suppose?
Okay, so, yeah, let me look. Yeah, I think, I don't know why they just got put on without any discussion. I'm sorry, I wasn't aware they were on. So I don't have any, I mean, what you would be doing is approving the application that Sursa prepared for us. But if you want to review it and that you want to make changes, then we're going to have to continue it.
I'd like to move that we continue. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to move that we continue the item for workers' compensation renewal to the next meeting.
Second that.
All right. Smith, any discussion?
Is this time sensitive?
I don't know. Sam didn't discuss this with me. I just see it on the agenda. And I had spoken to her about her items and I thought that there was a plan, but I don't see any other information other than the applications. So I'm going to have to figure that out when she gets back. She's not available at all this week.
The board comments? Anything from the public? Awesome.
Well, I'm just curious, whether or not Sam is available, because a message came up under a name on the screen. What's that about?
It's a laptop.
It's-
I'm not even sure if I put it.
Okay, so I mean, was she responding or was she like, tell me, am I? Oh, okay, great, thanks.
Okay, anything else from the board? All right, all in favor of, table until next meeting?
Aye.
All right.
Nay.
Okay. All right, ayes have it. Table. Next item, consideration approval of MOU between Van Police Department, Delta County Human Services Law Enforcement. Mr. Lamb.
So this is time sensitive. This MOU was completed Friday, June 23rd. It's due this week. This was worked on by all law enforcement agencies in the county, including the DA's office. Kind of just outlines our roles and responsibilities, how we work together, what each agency is responsible for. And credit for a lot of this work goes to Delta County Department of Human Services. They do most of their work on this one.
Any questions for Chief Lanigan, or is someone ready to make a motion? Trustee Knudsen?
I'm just curious whether our town attorney has reviewed this.
No, he has not reviewed this MOU yet.
And you said it's time sensitive?
Yes, I believe she needs it by Thursday perhaps. But I'd be happy to send that to him.
Yeah.
I'd like-
Well, excuse me.
Yes, Ms. Kuzma?
So I knew that it was time sensitive and I had him just put added onto the agenda yesterday. It doesn't include any monetary value. It's just an IGA for services.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept this MOU with the provision that if our attorney requires changes, that our chief of police and attorney go through and determine the changes. Second.
Okay. A motion to approve the MOU between Pena Police Department and Delta County Human Services and Law Enforcement with the provision that our attorney may determine changes. Is that accurate?
With the proviso that if the attorney suggests some changes, that our attorney and our chief of police determine the need for changes.
Okay.
Yeah, so changes made, as you'll see, would have to be.
It's a big deal.
Yeah, the document would have to be changed, and that's, I'm just pointing it out. It doesn't, yeah, we'd have to go back to each agency for
I rescind.
approval.
For the other agencies.
I rescind my motion and I'd like to make a motion that we approve the MOU between Delta County Department of Human Services and law enforcement agencies.
I'll second that.
Okay. Dennis, okay, any discussion? Discussion, anything from the public? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, all opposed? Okay, motion passes. Next item is executive session. Yeah, somebody else,
Okay.
somebody other than me.
All right, executive session, I make a motion that we go into executive session pursuant to sections 24-6-4024C CRS for determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators relative to a contract with a finalist candidate for the position of town administrator. And two,
That was a 4024E.
sorry. And executive session pursuant to 14.24. Is it the same as about?
That must be a typo. I'm not sure where that reference came from. But skip that 1423, trustee Smith.
Typo.
Okay, pursuant to CRS section 24-6-4024F capital I, for the purpose of discussing a personnel matter concerning employees who have not requested that the matter be discussed in an open meeting specifically pertaining to compensation and potential promotions.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're going to executive session.
Thomas, I'm not sure if anyone can hear me, but I'm recommending that the board extend the meeting while they're back in open session. Just because we think this conversation could go later.
Thanks. Thank you, Nick. Yeah, we all came out for that purpose. Anybody here to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:00 PM.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
Are you sure that's enough?
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we can continue our executive session. Okay.
You guys gonna stand here and watch this up?
Ruben, we are not in the breakout room.
We need to go to the breakout room with permission to record. Ruben, can you unmute yourself? Take this moment to appreciate Sam.
Oh, here we go.
Thank you.
Okay.
Recording in progress.
All right, let's see, we are announcement number 3, number 4, the time is now 10:41 PM. And are we recording? Yes. Okay. Time is now 10:41 PM and the executive session has been concluded. Participants in the executive session were trustee McKinnis, trustee Knudsen, trustee Smith, trustee Valentine, Mayor Backren, interim administrator Klusmeyer, attorney Cotton Bias, and myself. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into executive session occurred during the executive session, or that improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of open meetings law, I ask that you state your concerns for the record. Okay, hearing none. The next agenda item is, do we have a motion? Trustee Knudsen.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the contract that's presented in the executive session and authorize the mayor to sign it for the town administrator.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Any further motions? Trustee Knudsen.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to make a motion that we authorize the interim town administrator to increase staff salaries, I'm sorry, let me start over. I'd like to make a motion that we authorize the interim town administrator to increase staff compensation as suggested in our executive session.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, then that concludes our meeting. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Thank you.